The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
It's so nice that he puts the applause in there for us. It helps.
It leads right in.
It leads perfectly right in. Perfectly. Are we still clapping a little bit?
Yeah, let's just keep going for a little minute. There we go.
Clapping or fapping? What exactly is going on here? Is that where the bell end hits the... There's a big bell end on Shatner's rocket, right? On the rocket that he went up there in the space. I mean, not Shatner's rocket. I mean,
I'm not familiar with Shatner's rocket, Gary, but I assume you are intimately
familiar with Shatner's rocket. No, not really. Welcome to the Real BBC, a show of Az's creation, bagging, boarding, and chatting. We get some comic books sometimes.
Yeah.
We got
mostly chatting.
Well, it's mostly. Let's be real. I do have some comics today. I got what have I got? Annihilation, a little modern stuff. I rarely do the modern stuff. And then I got some Captain America, little Captain America, who I mean, a version of him is gay now. A version of Superman is gay now. A version of Robin.
You mean Railway Boy?
Yeah, the hobo railway.
I just go from town to town hooking up
and fighting for truth, justice,
and using a garbage lid.
Oh my!
I'm Captain Hobo. I suck you off and give you an STD. I got this.
Oh,
which is the apparently the last book that they're going to be doing in the Star Trek extended universe, because now, of course, it's all Discovery shit and Jar Jar. So this is the last pre-Jar Jar crap extended universe Star Trek.
Are they ending the universe, or are they just only producing like the newer garbage now?
From here on in, it's all going to be related to the new universe garbage.
So they're pulling a fucking Disney. They just got rid of the Star Trek extended universe. Why are they doing this now? Why are they like
make it woke? Number one.
Make it woke.
Make it woke.
I can understand them doing this at the beginning, but we're like well into the failure.
Make it woke.
Make it woke. I'm confused by the whole thing, to be honest with you, because it's not doing well. But we'll do introductions, and
it's about messages, Gary. It's not about doing well. It's about Jar Jar. I mean, Kurtzman said it himself. We have to keep referring to it. He said it himself. It's not about Star Trek. That is a direct quote. It's not about Star Trek. It's about using the platform to tell our messages. That is a direct quote from the person running Star Trek. Fuck you!
Well, hey, at least they're honest, right?
Well, he's honest, but it just shows how much contempt they have for their audience.
At least half of it. And
Well, it's more than half. Come on, let's.
it's more than half. They even hate the shills who worry about canon too. They hate anybody who worries about the past show, likes the past show, because they don't like the past show. They are what they, in their eyes, they are improving it, just like Chris Chibnall was improving Doctor Who, and just like Rian Johnson was improving Star Wars with the Last Jedi.
Yeah, he fixed Star Wars. Star Wars is in a horrible place of making more than $1 billion per movie, and now it isn't. So good job.
Well done.
Solo lost money.
And hello, Az from Heel versus Babyface.
Hi.
I remember when you did a video on Why the Last Man, and
yes,
it gave you a little clap back. Who
was right?
Yes. Yeah.
Should we play a little game? Who was right and who was wrong?
I was, because I what is Why the Last Man? You guys are gonna have to update me on context for this one.
Okay.
It's a comic.
Oh, all right.
It's a comic from the early 2000s, and it's about all the men, all the Y chromosomes die, right? And
all the Y chromosomes on the planet, so that includes male animals, anything that carries the Y chromosome.
Man, I like the show already.
Apart from one man and his monkey.
And the
that
comic
sounds cute.
The comic was a decent premise, kind of a Twilight Zone-y thing that was still woke for its time, but not terrible. It was very anti-Republican. Okay. But outside of that, it really, I mean, Republicans bought it at my store. They had no problem with it. And it was a very popular property. And then, through 2000, I think it was 7, 8, 9, 10. It was a hot property that everybody wanted to make into a movie. I don't think they were thinking TV series back then, maybe a TV series, but it was more movie. And I told the story before. When Peter Jackson shopped in my store, that's what he bought. He bought Why the Last Man with Philippa Boyens, and they said they were looking into it. I don't know if it was just to check out the story or make something, but they were looking into it. We had a very short conversation. They were very nice, and they spent a lot of money in my store, so I was very happy. And I gave him, I don't know why, but I gave him a huge discount, probably because I gave him a Lord of the Rings discount. Boobies. So yeah, it's a popular comic. It was kind of woke, but popular source material, MauLer. And if it was adapted correctly, probably at a different time, it might have worked. Fast forward to Az's video, where Az said,
what, on the first video or the second video?
First video.
Because the second video has gone like wildfire. On the first video, I said in 2021, there is absolutely no way that this show is going to be adapted the way it was back in 2002 when it first came out. It's going to have modern day woke politics, and it's going to be about intersectional feminism and all of this kind of crap. And then they're going to have the problem with current day, the big problem, which is the transies. Because if it means everything with a Y chromosome dies, then it means people who are born male, regardless of how they identify, will be killed by the virus. And I said, this is going to cause an absolute hotbed amongst the woke crew and, regular people anyway, because it's just going to be woke garbage. And then the woke crew are going to be like, whoa, but, trans man a man and all this kind of stuff. And it's going to be like, well, this virus can't discriminate. This virus is just going to tear through Y chromosome people. And it's going to cause them. And guess what? They added in the show a new character, a trans man who also survives.
So it's Why the Almost Last Man.
Yes. So it's no longer just Yorick and his monkey. And they From what because I didn't see this, but from what I've heard, people have been saying that you know, they also mourned the loss not just of men but of women who died because of the but not the women who died because of like planes crashing, and you know, because there would be a lot of women that would die through kind of like the osmosis of the virus, but women who died, if you catch my drift. So this is just been a hotbed of you trying to please the woke crew by having a virus that ignores biology and science.
It really shows you,
because that's what viruses do, you know. They're like, oh my god, I so love Yeezys. I'm not gonna touch Yeezys. You're amazing. You're amazeballs. No. And the show's been cancelled after 7 episodes.
I wonder why.
Wait, is that even a season? Did they make it to a season or no?
There's 10 episodes in the season. There's still got 3 episodes to go.
And it's not like this was a streaming service.
Yeah, it's on FX for Hulu. So it's just Disney. It's Disney made.
It's a DC property. Technically, it's Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo.
But it's free to go where it likes.
Maybe.
So it was a woke show that wasn't woke enough, and then they made it too woke, but there's still criticisms that it wasn't woke enough. I hope you're all paying attention at home and keeping track at home. So because to the people it pandered to, it wasn't woke enough, and they're actually mad about it. To the people, the rest of us who watch TV and go to work every day, it was way too woke. We weren't going to watch this because they made it more woke than the original woke, which some of you might have still had a problem with, but they dialed it up to 12. And then it got canceled. I'm so shocked by this.
You sound blown away.
I am. And there is it's in the trailer. It's like I couldn't make it to the first episode, but they talked about like all the power plants like are about to go offline and you know, in the trailer.
Well, that was another thing that was the complaint. The complaint was the planet can't function without men, you sexist bastard.
Newsflash, can't.
Yeah, well, this is just it. We live in a time where reality isn't allowed. That's where we are right now. Biology is not allowed. Legitimate science is not allowed. If all the men were to die off, we all died off tonight, and there was only women left on planet Earth, obviously it would become extinct within the current generation, but it would be falling apart long before then, because you take away a lot, you know, all the skilled work that men do that women complain about, and then you suddenly have to have people take over those roles to keep you going. No, it's not going to happen. Society would fall apart at the seams. And you can't have that in today's current equality, whichever one they want to go with that week. And people simply don't like when gendered roles are brought up. Because remember about a year or so ago, there was that fucking Karen that just thought it was really cool of her when she saw some men digging at the side of the street, and they had a sign saying "Men at Work," and they were digging up, and she stopped to say, "Why is it men at work? Don't you think that's sexist?" And the guys are just like, "Look, love, we're just doing a fucking job, all right? We're doing a fucking job. All right, I don't fucking make the signs. We're just doing our fucking job. Digging is that." And she's giving all, you know, camera fucking out. Don't you think that's very sexist? Men at work? What about the women? Because women don't do that fucking work. None of you fucking do that work. How many fucking women do you see in construction? How many women do you see at the side of the roads digging it up, tarmacking it, flattening it, fucking painting? None. You don't see fucking any. But in a wonderful woke, sorry, Gary, but in a wonderful woke world that we live in, of course, every single job has a 50-50 split. It's got a, you know, whether it be in small women in STEM, whether it be executives or everything. In this woke world, this is how it should be. Oh, but of course, 50-50 for the woke crew is 54% female, 46% male. But that's another story, folks, which we'll go into another time. And this whole disaster of a show saw the author, Brian K. Watson Vaughan or whatever, and just beg like a fucking dog, him and the showrunner on Instagram to have the show picked up by something else. And both of them, in their pleas, not one of them said anything about, watch this show, it's really cool. It's about a last male survivor on Earth after a plague wipes out the planet, and groups of people are out to get them or to help them, and it's causing, you know, incredible conflict and story. No. Do you know what they said? They said, please pick up our show. It's produced completely by women. It's got tons of gay people in front of the camera and behind the camera, and people of color and trans representation. They didn't say one fucking thing about the show. They just virtue signaled about who they fucking hired and what box they ticked. Brian, your show can fucking eat my anus. All of you can eat my fucking anus. Not one of them give a shit about the audience, and how they positioned the show was, this is a show about gender. This is a show that affirms that trans men are men, and all this. It's just like, fuck off.
All this exactly, all this affirmation that everybody needs. We'll get into that, but that's a great point that they don't bring up the show ever. They always bring up the casting and their casting, and that's maybe why nobody watched it, because bottom line, it got canceled because it was a bad show and nobody was watching it, right? So we recently somebody leaked the information, and then Netflix came out and told us how many people watched Squid Game, which was a fucking lot. And then the closer, which wasn't near, it's a tenth of what Squid Game was. I think Squid Game was 100 million, something like that.
It's actually over a tenth. Squid Game, a week ago, was on like 115 million a week ago.
Okay.
And the closer was on 10.
And the closer was a hit. Okay. With 10 million. On these, like, people don't watch a lot of these shows. The numbers are astronomically low for how much they pay. And that is why they keep that to themselves, because if it was always 10 million, they would tell us every fucking time. Trust me.
Yeah, it's the same shit with the Disney shows. When they announce when things go their way. When they don't, it's like, wait, why aren't you announcing that? It's like, it's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yep,
it's exactly. It's fine.
Where's any talk about the absolute triumph that was Shang-Chi? Well, that stopped after a week.
Yep. Well, that's done now, and it cycles over. No one cares about it anymore. Exactly. You may as well forget it exists. That's how this works.
Exactly.
Until Shang-Chi 2.
You might as well forget it even fucking exists, because now it's time for the masterpiece, which is the Eternals.
The next masterpiece.
And
well, that's what the preview journos are calling it, a masterpiece. And someone's saying it's weird, and I'm just wondering, is that code for shit?
Well, so Freeney talks about this quite a bit, but it's the director won an Oscar after having started directing the film already, so they like altered the marketing to go from it's a Marvel movie with a director to, this is a visionary director bringing us a new vision for Marvel. And so all the reviews are like, oh, this one, guys, we're going in a different direction. This is a different visual. This is a different look. We're doing a different. It's just like, man, you're all just robots. Like, this is fucking weird.
You're all repeating the promotional material that was passed out to you, and that's subtle, not so subtle. And then one person repeats it. I just put up a tweet where 4 people said it was a different film.
Yeah, man, I'm sure they were advised to say that. They were probably told like just it may not be that they were like told you have to use it, but just they were advised to give that kind of review. And it's just like, if you do, we might just bring you back next year. Or fucking 4 times a year, whatever.
Yep.
What a shock.
So I'm sorry if this is about honesty and integrity.
No, it's
No.
No, it's about getting.
It's the furthest thing from honesty and integrity you can get.
It's about getting gift baskets that you can later sell on eBay to pay your rent.
Yeah,
because you work for Screen Rant and you get paid like $1 an article now.
Funny enough, someone just actually got partially deleted because they spammed it, but they say the same thing for every Marvel movie. That's the interesting thing. If they don't say it about a Marvel movie, that's when it's like, oh wait, shit, what's this about then? What's this going to be like? Especially if they hate a thing, if they come out against any kind of movie, man, I'm like, what did it do? Like, what kind of movie are we dealing with here?
Scotty Mendelson is
a pedophile.
Yes, and he was lukewarm on it, so I don't know what to make of that. It must be really bad.
Sorry, Scott. I was just looking at your picture. You just look like one. Sorry. I am not accusing you of being a pedophile at all. Just your profile picture.
Just a Cuties fan. That's all. Just a Cuties fan.
Oh, those are the best kind of people.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, we'll get into that. That's why that whole Netflix redemption arc is going to be really tough for me. Yeah. So they're gonna, and this all ties into the Netflix walking out thing. And I think why The Last Man and Chapelle have in common is people are fed up with having to deny fucking reality. Like there are some basic facts that we are now told we can't. Well, I don't give a fuck what people say, but this is what we're told. We're told we can't say these things now. We have to deny these basic fucking realities, like gender is a fact. And when David Chapelle says, yeah, you come from a woman, you exit through you enter through the vagina, enter the real world from a woman.
I was released while inside.
I thought you would say we are the sperm, we enter and then exit after being cooked or something.
Sperm is sacred.
My brethren I left behind. I was the tadpole that won the race.
You won the race.
Ate my way through the egg and then I popped.
Right.
And have a nice sit down for 9 months.
Yeah. And wondered how I didn't drown.
Yeah. How did that happen?
Miracle of life.
The miracle. Oh, yeah. So, okay. So there's a walkout coming for Netflix, and there's actually, I guess, enough people to walk out. And it's supposed to be a trans walkout. Imagine if there was a trans walkout at the sewage plant. Nobody would walk out. Imagine if there was a female worker walk out at the sewage plant. Nobody would fucking walk out. Nothing would change. No. They talk about it. Why The Last Man? Nuclear power plants. We still have a few. I mean, I'm sure there's some women who work in there. I don't know how many. It tends to skew male on that one. Or just power plants. It tends to skew male. Like Az said, it's just the way it is. It's not like they haven't tried. Because right now, currently here in the United States, there is a worker shortage. Has something to do with mandates, and it also has something to do with a lot of people who just are making better money on unemployment. But
I would love to see more women in hard labor jobs.
Yep.
Love to. I encourage it.
I mean... just like you never, because you said about construction workers, like I've had to speak to plasterers, roofers, all kinds of like just bricklayers a lot recently, and just no women in sight ever. That's just how it is. I don't know, like I guess women don't prefer that kind of work typically. Of course there's gonna be outliers. It's just that
look, I'm middle-aged. I have never ever, and I don't mean this exaggerating, I legitimately have never seen a woman in roadside construction or working on the construction of buildings. Never. Now I've seen them in the office, I've seen them in the back office in the porter cabins and stuff. Absolutely. But I have never seen any woman actually working construction or working on the roadside, on the motorways, etc., etc. And like I said, this isn't me trying to be sexist. I would love to see that, but you see, this is the kicker. They have to want to do it.
Yeah.
And that's where we get a very obvious split in gendered roles, because women, as a rule of thumb, do not gravitate towards hard labor jobs. And if you want to call that sexist, please apply for one. Apply for one.
Yeah. I mean, if it were close, it's not, as stated, it's not even close. It's astronomical. In my 15 years in the auto industry, I only saw 2 or 3 women in the parts department, which isn't like freaking manual labor. And then as far as in the shop, turning wrenches, 2. And they both worked at Tesla in my last job because they train people. And those are good paying jobs, really good paying jobs. And Tesla's kind of easy as far as tech is concerned. Hey, we got a super chat here from Buford T. Justice for $49.99 says, hello, boys. Unfortunately, this weekend I saw Halloween Kills. The writing, dialogue, and character development was so bad, I was actually rooting for Michael Myers. The last 2 Halloween films make Rob Zombie's Halloween look like high art. Thank you for the $49.99. Buford T. Justice.
Wow. I've actually heard most people going, they were cheering on Michael because he was just like not giving any fucks in this film.
I think that's an inevitability, I think, because he's the draw. As much as you got Jamie Lee Curtis, of course, I still think that we're looking to see him stab people. That's pretty much...
Trading Places, Jamie Lee Curtis, talk to me. 2021, Jamie Lee Curtis, not when you see what she tweets now.
No. It's funny. I met her about 12 years ago at a Starbucks in Calabasas. And on the way back from fucking Coachella or something like that, Melissa and I ran into her at a Starbucks, and I'm like, when I see her tweet, I'm like, that is not the person I met. The person I met was like a normal mom type of person. So I don't know. Maybe she took up drugs.
Social media makes monsters of us all.
It does.
What did you guys think of the 2018 one? Did you see it?
No, couldn't be bothered.
You're
never gonna beat the Carpenters, so why even? You can't recreate that Halloween. This is the thing I just don't get with remakes. You can't recreate that first wow moment because you've had that first wow moment. So seeing 2018 maybe a slightly more brutal Michael Myers pinning somebody up twice as high with twice a bigger knife is no. I just remember watching the first Halloween when I was young. You gotta watch. You gotta watch Halloween when you're a kid. You can't watch it as an adult. No. But you got to watch as a kid, because as a kid it's gonna scare you. As an adult, it's not really gonna scare you too much. But as a kid, it's gonna scare you. And I saw Halloween when I was about 10. No. I saw Halloween when I was 13, about 13 years old, and God, it scared the shit out of me. It was great. Absolutely scared the shit out of me. It's never been able to do that again. Never. Seen it.
Yeah. I felt the same way. I know a lot of people love the movie. I saw it a couple times when I was younger, and that's when I liked it. Went and bought it on DVD later on or something, and watched half of it. And I'm like, it's one of the ones that didn't age well for me. I know people adore the film, so by all means, it just wasn't my bag, baby.
I know Jay Longbow said that she enjoyed Halloween Kills. I don't know if she enjoyed it in the sense of it being like a goofy film, because I don't know if you guys have seen any clips from it, but I was like, holy fuck, what is this? Like,
well, I saw her tweet and she was just like, she might as well just call this film Michael Myers Don't Give No Fucks.
Yeah, there's a part where he opens the door on someone holding a gun, it hits their hand and it flips it around, they shoot themselves in the face. I was like, what?
That's the comedy.
I was gonna say that if it's that vibe, like, sure. I mean, I could enjoy that. I didn't know that's what Halloween was going for. I don't know. It feels kind of weird.
No, it was supposed to be scary. It was scary back in the day, and yeah, it was always a weird little franchise. Especially when 3 came out, and everybody was like, "What the fuck?" And that ended up being kind of interesting.
Well, that broke away from the Michael Myers thing. They tried to make Halloween like a unique franchise, so every Halloween would be a different. Yep. But the people were just like, "Where's Michael Myers?"
I mean, that's what people want to see.
The concept made sense, and it would probably still make sense as what Friday the 13th did, because I love that TV show, Friday the 13th, the TV show. I thought that was cool as hell. But yeah, it was just a cheap horror movie. They made a fuckload of money on that, and it started this craze throughout the 80s where there was just slasher film after slasher film, and we watched them all. We wanted to see our fellow teenagers getting hacked to death, but we also knew we'd see boobs at some point.
Yes,
that was like really why we went. I mean, the dudes, I'll speak for the dudes, maybe some of the ladies wanted to go, but it was the boobs. It was the full frontal that you would get, and then it would get chopped into pieces, and you're like, damn, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was, you watched a slasher movie because you wanted sex and violence.
Yep,
that's what you wanted.
Titillation.
Yeah, you wanted to have that blend of titillation and horror, because it's a great combination. It's peanut butter and jelly. It just works. It works really, really well. So you'd have that's why you had such a classic kind of group of people: the jock, his girlfriend who would get her tits out, the nerd, and then you'd have the most likely the heroine, the heroine who would survive, but she was of pure virtue and would not be getting, she wouldn't be getting naked and she wouldn't be sleeping with anyone. And because it kind of had that moral, the virtuous survive type of morality about it, slasher flicks. But yeah, you watched it not just for the horror, you watched it for the titillation as well.
It's funny you bring that up, because we recently watched all the Final Destination movies, recorded them, and one of the most gruesome, grisly deaths, I don't know if you guys remember in those films, was 2 girls get locked in sunbeds and they just get melted basically real slowly. We were talking about how like those films don't seem to punish people, they seem to just kill regardless. But the thing is, when you have a death like that one, which is probably the slowest and most gruesome, and you're like, why did these girls get this death compared to some of the other characters who are like assholes and stuff? And it's all we could figure was, I think it's because they got their tits out. That was it. Like, because that's what those girls do in that film. And it's just like, because it's from an earlier age, I think, where it's just like, if you're the slutty one, you're gonna get killed horribly. And you're like, why?
Because it just went off, draconian morals. That's what horror slasher flicks were basically made off. Draconian morals. Very simplistic morality.
Yep. Unlike the morality of today.
I don't even know what the fuck morality is today.
I don't even know. It's a horality. 2 ways you can look.
Yeah.
Like a whore or a horror.
Whore.
Hey, we got another $50 super chat here. Hang on. Boop, 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 boop. We got Germified for $50. Thank you, Germified. He says, I'll have to pass this on to you. As you can use this money to fund your plan to send California into the Pacific. Hey, were we going to talk about this little plan of yours? Like
I need a lot of plastic explosives.
When were you going to enact your plan?
Well, I'll let you nip off to Texas before I do.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, are you pissed at me or something, dude?
Yeah. I'm not going to send you down as well.
Okay. All right.
I'll give you notice.
Hang on. I didn't. I got to read the rest of it. Hang on. Also, diverse hobbits and strong female characters in what I like to call Amazon's Fiddle Earth series. It's not unexpected, but I am pretty worried about what's next. Oh yes, we didn't talk about it last week, but or maybe we did.
No, I watched just some guy's video. I thought that was great.
There's going to be black hobbits because of a
black Asian Maori.
Yeah, because of a term that they're manipulating from Tolkien. So many people, for one, I knew this. I was the one bringing it up a long time ago. That one of the species of hobbits, the Harfoots, are described as having browner of skin. Now, just some guy correctly and eloquently states this in his video, that you have to look at things from Tolkien's point of view. And he did have other races, but they were in other lands. The Harfoots, which they may be an offshoot of man, we don't know. The browner of skin is more of maybe like brunette, meaning more Italian, maybe more Latin. Walnut, which was later described somewhere else as it's walnut. It's light brown. Whatever. They're going to use it. They're going to do it. Whatever. The biggest problem is there's no fucking hobbits in the Second Age. There's no Shire in the Second Age. And if they want to go indigenous, there are other indigenous races they could use if they wanted to. Especially, and they can have an like a group of explorers from this other, but it doesn't matter now. Now, fuck it. Now we can have female Gandalf, because there was a time Gandalf walked amongst the elves as basically a spirit, or sometimes he would maybe be an elf. It's kind of fuzzy, but that was back in the First Age. But fuck it, we can put it in the Second Age, and we can say Gandalf was a female elf walking around. Look, why the fuck not?
As long as he sucks cock, I don't care.
Yeah, same.
I mean, like it. Whatever they look like, they gotta suck the D. They gotta suck the D. Yeah.
I think Gandalf will get their tits out.
Yeah, they'll probably have. They're gonna have nudity of some kind. Unless they hired that intimacy coordinator just for people shagging in their trailers in between scenes, which I guess so. Unless that was bullshit. We don't know. But we do know that it's going to be a hot mess, because they're taking stuff from the Third Age and putting it in the Second Age. And it's not even close. It's like if it was early in the Third Age. Okay. No, we're talking about like 1,600 years into the Third Age when hobbits show up in the Shire. So it's not even fucking close. So it's stupid. And it will be dumb.
All I know is Robert Pattinson got Zoe Kravitz pregnant by fucking her on top of the Batmobile.
Dude, if that is a true story, then Robert Pattinson's the greatest Batman ever.
This might surprise you, Gary. No, it wasn't a true story at all.
What?
I know.
What?
I know.
Oh, I wanted that one to be true.
It wasn't. It was just a fucking load of shit.
You know what?
Because I heard he fucked her on top of Wayne Manor, like just on the rooftop. That's what I heard.
Well, hey, Indiana Jones 5 has been delayed.
Yay.
Yeah.
So that's the bad news. It's only 1 year.
All the Marvel movies have been delayed, but they've just shifted. Like, they've taken each other's spots. Like, they've moved one down.
Yeah.
Like a conveyor belt. but Indiana Jones has been delayed a year.
And when your star is 79 a year, it has a whole new meaning, especially when you tend to be like kind of a clumsy 79.
He does look great though. He still looks great.
He does. He's going to be 80-fucking-1 when it comes out. 81. And
You know that he's gonna have a lot of scenes where he's sitting down.
well, I talked to somebody about, I'm like, why did they really like push it back that much? A lot of this has to do with the strike. They're rescheduling stuff, and they're also bottlenecked. This is pretty much like the official answer from cast and crew, from people who were cast and crew. And they delayed it a year because Indiana Jones just wasn't the priority, according to Disney. Marvel is the priority. They're bottlenecked. They need to focus on the Marvel stuff first, so Indiana Jones can wait. That was basically what I was told. There could be more to it than that. But Kathleen Kennedy is attached to Indiana Jones, I believe, as an executive producer. Correct?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So she's going to be around another year, at least. Another 11 months.
Her employment status is really quick.
I don't. You know what's the only thing dumber than Indiana Jones fucking with UFOs?
Hassan Piker.
Okay, you got me there. Is Indiana Jones time traveling? That is.
Why don't you want to see Indiana Jones fight Roman soldiers?
Are you sure he's fighting him? I mean, this is a modern film. As
You sure he's gonna be like, guys, can't we just get along?
Yeah, can we sit down and discuss?
Can we sit down and go to a spa together?
Can I have a couple of like pieces of pottery I can take back with me?
Yep.
I love you guys in your movies.
How's Julius Caesar? Is he like a good man? Well, I mean, there's the whole thing surrounding the. Do you think that maybe putting it back and changing a few things due to the fact that it's basically just the Flash movie, but Indiana Jones?
Yes.
Because that's what it is, isn't it?
Oh, can we talk about the Flash trailer? Did you guys see that shit? It was just a Batman trailer.
DC FanDome.
Of course it is. The whole point of that movie, the whole selling point of that movie is Michael
But
Keaton.
We can joke about it, but seriously, more than half the trailer was about Batman. It's not about the Flash. No one cares about the Flash.
Well, Michael Keaton was doing the voiceover.
He was doing the voiceover. Okay.
Yeah, that was Michael Keaton doing the voiceover. Yeah.
I did a 20-minute reaction that's going to go on like Nerdrotic Daily. I worked on yesterday, and I wasn't sure. Yeah, DC FanDome was it was fucking terrible. And yeah, how many Batmans does it take to make up for multiple Ezra Millers in a fucking movie? That's the thing. It's like it's going to take 16 Batmans to make up for 2 Ezra Millers. I initially thought it was 3.
I did.
That was Supergirl.
Yeah, I honestly thought that was 3 Ezra Millers,
too.
And I had to. Then I was like, "Why is Ezra Miller wearing a super? Oh, it's
Should we pull up the picture?
diverse Supergirl.
Yeah. Oh, and I
My bad.
got a couple of people like, that is not okay what you just tweeted. And
You should have seen what I nearly tweeted today. It was breaking news.
Nothing we tweet is okay. Let's be fair.
I almost called this live stream "The Eternals Cures COVID," but I thought better of it. So,
Oh, just can't cure cancer. When you can make cancer jokes, but you can't make COVID ones.
make COVID jokes. Let's go find this.
I was going to say breaking news. Jews are staging a walkout at Auschwitz.
Oh,
Due to bad jokes by their Nazi officers.
It's really good that you didn't put that up on Twitter.
I still might.
would have been banned again.
A representative for the Jews said, "This is simply not good enough."
Jesus Christ. I stand by Az. I love him. Thank God my house sold today. By the way, house sold today. I'm out of San Francisco.
Yay.
Place. God, it took long.
Nice.
We'll talk about that later.
I saw Nick Ricardo's stream last night. He went full throttle.
I was getting ready to go to bed, and I'm like, I'm gonna go for a little easy listening. And Nick Ricardo's like, I want you all to die, just die. I'm like, oh, this is interesting.
I'm sick of pretending.
I agree. I like people are fucking fed up. They're fucking fed up with having to deny reality.
I know.
And yeah, people are fucking sick of it, and it's just palpable. You can feel it, dude.
That one on CNN was great,
dude.
She was great,
right? Wasn't it? But it was like she was great. Chappelle was great, but they're just saying normal shit that people are like, oh yes, we breathe air. Oh yeah, air is so good. Women give birth to babies. Oh yes, women. Except when they're not.
Yeah, we spuzz inside you. So good luck trying that without us.
Okay, come on. You can't blame us for thinking it's 3 Ezra Millers.
No, that looks like 3 Ezra Millers. Look, Discount Ezra Miller at the back has got the same hairdo as Discount Ezra Miller at the back.
Eyebrows.
Wait,
the eyebrows match completely, right?
So the one on the left, who is that?
That's Ezra Miller, right?
That's Ezra Miller.
And
I don't even.
That I imagine there's the world's version of Barry Allen, and then there's his, which has come through the cosmic treadmill.
There's Ezra Miller.
They're gonna need Val Kilmer, Christian Bale, George Clooney. They're gonna need all the Batmans to make up for this.
No, Val Kilmer, George Clooney. I totally agree.
Christian Bale, of course.
Adam West back from the dead.
Yep.
Just put some makeup on him.
Jorah Mormont from fucking Titans.
From Titans.
Because that's a fucking believable Batman. Shit. Yeah.
Titans been renewed for season 4.
Of course
Thank
it has.
goodness.
It is like slightly better than CW trash, which isn't saying much.
I haven't seen this season at all.
You haven't?
I haven't seen any of this season.
I thought the guy who played Robin in the first season in his Robin costume looked like Robin. I was like, wow. Because that's the one thing we haven't gotten. And I can't believe DC fans. I can. I've dealt with DC fans for a long time, but my biggest criticism was with the Batman movies. Are we seeing another beginning? Okay, no, we're not technically getting an origin. It's the second year. It's like, can we see a Batman in his prime with a fucking Robin and a functioning Batcave and just like everything working in its prime, like Batman the animated series? No, it's always got to be beginning, end, or some radically different take. And now now my expectations are so low for Hollywood. I'm like, fine. Hey, this is going to be the last white Batman we get. So there you go.
Patterson's meant to be year 2.
I thought you said year 1.
I thought it was meant to be year 2.
Oh, okay. I was going to say The Dark Knight is probably the last time we had the high budget sort of Batman in his prime sort of situation, right? And that was that 2008?
He didn't have a Batcave in The Dark Knight. He was still.
We had a warehouse or whatever, didn't he? Yeah.
And then they just started the Batcave when he died, and he gave it to Robin at the end of The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Which I like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Robin
who has no training.
Nope. So that costume is shit. Like total shit. Look at it's like latex.
Yeah, it looks like crap.
I don't recognize Ezra Miller unless he's got a woman around his a woman's throat around his hands.
A woman's throat around his hands.
Yeah.
That's the way to put it.
And I just don't recognize Ezra Miller. I thought that earlier in the trailer, I thought the suit looked pretty cool. It was when it was all like lighting up and shit. I thought that looked pretty cool.
Sure.
They've done away with the awful Justice League one.
That one's bad too, but that headshot with Ezra with the mask on was terrible. Come on, that was like his head looked like a potato.
Have you got the actual trailer that you can just like?
Yeah, I can.
You know.
I can pull it up there. I can whip it out, pull it up.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Just get it right out.
Where are the white women at?
Where are the white women at? Mel Brooks is doing a History of the World Part 2.
Oh, by the way, I heard that. Yeah, good for him. I wish he would just make fun of woke shit for an entire series. It's there waiting to be plucked. The lowest hanging fruit of all time in the history of comedy, and nobody. Well, Ryan Long and Kyle Dunnigan and Kurt Metzger and the great Chrissy Mayer and are going after it. But that's it. And good for them. Oh, see there.
I heard a rumor that Hannah Gatsby was still trying to write a joke.
Still to this day.
To this day, still trying to write an actual joke.
Oh my God. I'm trying to avoid. Okay. Can we go to, is there one on Warner Brothers? Is there one on the actual Warner Brothers site? Flash trailer. Cause I don't want to go to like fucking Cinema Blend or. Oh fuck. I'm not going to play it.
The CW. No, that's the one for the CW season 8. No.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I think there's meant to be a crossover, a CW crossover this year.
Ooh. Hopefully Batwoman gets to hang out. Jesus Christ.
Well, apparently Batwoman and Superman is going to be in it.
So was it? I honestly, I'm blanking. Batwoman season 3, is that the end of that show? Is it official?
Don't know. No, it's not official. It's not officially been cancelled. That was a rumor put out by We Make This Stuff Up.
Well, it needs to stop. All right, enough of Javicia Leslie. I miss Ruby Rose, and if you're not going to give me her back, then that's it. Especially
it's a decent headline to make up because it's there's a very good chance. Yeah, it's a very good chance this will be the last season. But having seen the ratings for Legends of Tomorrow season 6, I think there's a chance that it might be renewed for a 4th season.
Joy.
We'll have to see. Oh shit! Starboat Part 3's just come out.
Okay, we'll play that later.
It would we'd have to see how this season gets on. The first episode 0.468 with a demo of 0.08.
So the only people watching it are MauLer and a bunch of 50-year-olds for fat material. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and I don't think mine won't count.
No, yours doesn't because you actually critique. So you made your fat transformative.
That looks all right. That flash suit looks pretty cool, I think.
Yeah.
We celebrate Batwoman over at EFAP, so we are encouraging it. I swear to God, sometimes if they made it dumber, like with the action scenes, right? That's like our favorite parts. Whenever the action scenes are really like when she gets hit by a van or something, that's like our favorite parts. I was watching Jay Longbone's coverage because I'm trying to catch up with everybody's now because I was avoiding them for spoilers. But when she gets hit by like a police car at one point, Javicia Leslie, in like one of the last 2 episodes, I think, and she just starts laughing, and then she like just makes it full screen. She goes, I don't know, just every time she's hit, it just like it just feels good.
The suit impacts it, little dude. It just impacts it. I liked it when she was putting the ice pack over her fucking costume.
Yeah, she's a fucking genius.
Ice pack on top of her costume, which absorbs everything.
Clever girl.
Not so clever girl.
Not really.
Not really.
here we got this costume. I just don't. I think it looks really. What's the word I'm looking for? Gay.
Yeah, I think it looks fine. I think that looks
I'm
fine.
fine with that. I don't know. I get you though, because I don't know that I get Flash vibes from it rather than sort of like a strange, edgy like god status or something, where like there's lights spreading around it like that. I don't know if I get Flash vibes, but then I'm not that familiar with Flash, so.
So the costume does. He does. Spark
This is very current Flash costume.
Yeah, it is. What it's muting is the lightning bolts, and usually when you're seeing it in the comic, you see the light. Those are a little brighter than the lightning bolts, but you can't even see the lightning bolts. The other shot of it is a little better, but Ezra Miller's like the worst Flash you could possibly pick. Like they found a guy who doesn't look anything, and I mean anything like any version of the Flash that anyone's going to recognize at all. Like the Flash, it's. And this is like pretty much the CW Flash, the first season is a better interpretation. But if we go to, so we got Batman doing a voiceover of the Flash trailer. And then we get, you get a bat cowl and some blood.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually Keaton's. I thought initially it was Batfleck's, but it's not. If you look at the bat costume, when it pans a little bit, it's actually Keaton's bat costume from Batman Returns.
Yes, it is.
Because you see the elevated logo.
Yeah.
So that's actually Keaton's Batman Returns.
That looks terrible.
I think that looks pretty good.
I think that looks.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think that looks.
Maybe I'm out of the loop on you, but it feels like it's unfinished. Like that's the base of the suit, and he hasn't had the I don't know, just details of the suit. You know, it feels really like bland and smoothed.
I think it's because the lightning's not going around it. The light's not going around it.
His head, it's too big on his like very scrawny little shoulders, and it's like his face is lopsided in it, and you could see, and it has to be unfinished because you could see, like right here, if you see my cursor, look at how it's like flipping up on its fucking nose coming down here. It's like the rubber got like bent in the wrong position or something. That looks fucking terrible.
That's the bat costume he's looking at, by the way.
Yes, it is. Then we got a little spray paint on the bootsies. Now this is a better shot of that costume. Much better shot.
That looks pretty good. And he's in the bat cave.
He's in the bat cave. Yes. We have
to go with all the other Batman stuff.
All the other Batman stuff. And then we get
Batcave, Batman, there we go, Michael Keaton. That's what people want.
That's why you're here. Yeah,
people want. That's why they're here. Yeah, it's why they're here. Oh, that Supergirl costume looks trash.
So this is Eric July called it nostalgia bait. They are baiting everybody in with Michael Keaton Batman and Ben Affleck to introduce these fucking characters, thinking that they're gonna. I mean, that because it works so well with the Disney trilogy when they did that, right? Remember when they baited us in Han, Luke, and Leia, and then we all fell in love with Rey and Finn and Krylo.
I think you're right, and Eric, is that it's absolutely bait. I wonder, though, with Mandalorian Season 2's finale, I just wonder if there's going to be a shift from, instead of, because we went from like deconstructing them to just dangly keys. I wonder if they start to realize, fuck it, let's just give them the movies, see if that makes money. Because depending on how much Michael Keaton we get in this, it could be another experiment of being like, you know how we all often go, hey, there's a nice cameo, looks up this, and you're like, it's like, why not just give them the movie at this point, if that's what makes the buddy? And I think Far From Home is going to be an experiment for that as well. Because of this, you said before, Gary, was what if they did a Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire? What if it made a shit ton of money? Why not do that then?
It would. I mean, like, Does anybody question that a Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire directed by Sam Raimi would fucking destroy at a box office? I know the producers in Hollywood question that, but here in fandom, does anybody question that?
I think everybody would see that. Like, how could you not?
I think it's
Say again. Sorry.
Oh, I was
The Hollywood Reporter. Sorry, just released an article saying why The Last Man was cancelled.
Because transphobia, right?
Money. Option money.
You mean transphobia?
Yeah. I mean transphobia, but it would have cost HBO or Hulu, one of them, $3 million to keep it going, and they didn't want to do that.
And to give you Star Trek Discovery is still on the air, and it doesn't get watched by a lot of people. There's so much money going into these streaming services right now, investor money, that they can just like throw crap up. So that tells you how bad it was. And Hulu has money. Hulu is a successful streaming service. Hulu gave the Orville more money to produce their stuff. They gave them a bigger budget. So they got dough. Where were we? Okay, yeah, back. Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi come back for a legit Spider-Man 4.
Yeah.
I think it would kill. Okay, Michael Keaton, or pick a Batman. Christian.
Hold on. Can I just say something? Why do you think there's such a desire for nostalgia right now? Is it because everything currently is so fucking shit?
Yes.
That we kind of want to have a return back to how things used to be, and that's why there's such a nostalgia vibe going around. We'd rather have something from 2002 than 2020 or 2022 coming up. I think there's got to be something to that. There's got to be something for this constant desire for nostalgia, and it's not just because that's how things were when we were kids. Because a lot of us are not MauLer, but a lot of us are like middle age. We've gone through a few ages of geekdom. And going back to like Spider-Man and let's say a Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire, we were in our 20s then, late 30s, some of us. So it's not as if it's like nostalgia, like we have like a nostalgia for OG Star Wars or something. But with everything that's been going on and I don't know. Also, what about maybe some sort of return back to some sort of structure as well? Because everything's just all over the place. We've got multiverses. We've got Flash on TV. We've got Flash on film. We've got Flash on comic. We've got Superman fingering a fucking pink-haired dude. Just things are just so all over the place. Did things feel a little bit more structured back then when we weren't throwing out 58 Batman a year? Or I don't know.
It felt like back then, oh my God, there's so much. How could they possibly make like 10 TV shows? That's crazy. And now it's 100. So I think we are losing structure. There's always a thing for, there's always going to be a nostalgia. There's a 20-25 year rule. In the 80s, like when we were growing up, when I was a teenager, the 60s were insanely popular. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to be a hippie, and there was Woodstock documentaries, and there was just a fascination with the fucking 60s. And then, recently there's been a fascination with the 80s. It's moving into the 90s. That's the normal thing, but it's a little crazy now. I think partially with Batman, with Keaton's Batman, there was no closure. We only got 2 movies. Probably gotten 3, and it went into and that was it was huge. I was surprised at the time that they went away from Tim Burton and Michael Keaton. I'm like, why would you do that?
Because they said that Batman Returns was way too dark, and it didn't sell the merchandise that they wanted it to sell. So they wanted to lighten the tone, because the studio exec said Batman's not this dark, because they probably only watched the 60s series as well.
Yep.
And they wanted to do a much bigger drive on toy sales. That's what Joel Schumacher said.
It makes sense. I mean, you guys, when you saw that movie the first time, I mean, I'm assuming you were a little bit surprised compared to 89.
I love Batman Returns.
Well, I love it too, but like,
I was locked up when it came out, so I didn't know about any of the news or anything. I just assumed it was a hit.
It made money, but it didn't make the money they wanted it to make.
San Diego Comic.
But it was dark and it was great. It was like dark in the sense of Brothers Grimm dark, not dark as in nihilistically dark.
Yeah.
There was this kind of very much a fairy tale-esque element around it, as is with Tim Burton. But it had wonderful dark humor. It had the humor in it is awesome. It's not this stupid Marvel humor that we get now. No, it was rooted in some very dark, some very dark or risque comedy. just the pussy I've been looking for. It's one of the greatest lines by the Penguin.
Technically it's a better movie than the first Batman. The first Batman is kind of an editing mess. All right. Tim Burton was still trying to figure stuff out. And yeah, his transition in the scenes is clunky to say the least. And I thought the style and the set pieces, and you could tell they got more money in the second movie. I fucking love it, dude. I've always loved that.
good shit.
It's good shit, man. It's fun.
Then,
watch a Christmas.
Then Schumacher era, and then the Nolan era, and now Snyder era just finished, I guess, because I'm assuming they're not going to be pursuing that.
Well, I did not like Val Kilmer as Batman. I did not think he was Bruce Wayne or Batman at all.
I liked him, and dude, I told you the story already, but I walked out of that movie loving it. Thought it was great, and then I watched it a few years later. I'm like, oh, that's really terrible. I didn't like the flamboyance of it, and I didn't like all the fucking neon, and I hated Tommy Lee Jones's fucking Two-Face.
Oh, that was terrible.
Fucking terrible. I'm like,
I loved it.
Oh, really? I was when you're hearing about. Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I think it's possibly one of the greatest Batmobiles ever made. That Batmobile is just incredible in that film. It's not the best, but it's definitely up there as in the top 3 Batmobiles ever made. I think
than the Batman's Batmobile. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I know what they're going for though with the Batman, but we can talk about the Batman trailer in a bit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I was so familiar with Tommy Lee Jones that when I saw him in that movie, and I just can't help but believe he's just fucking going nuts and having fun. I didn't, I didn't have any reference for Two-Face. I was just like,
he hated.
Well, didn't he and Jim Carrey have they were like competing almost. Jim Carrey just naturally is going to outshine anyone in terms of that kind of role. And that was a weird thing.
Jim Carrey tells these stories like Tommy Lee Jones would tell him to stop acting like a buffoon on set and stuff like this. And he said one day I walked into this restaurant when we're filming. He said I walked into this restaurant and Tommy Lee Jones was with his wife or something and eating. And he said, I was just going to kind of like leave him alone because I knew he didn't like me. And he said, and then Tommy gets up and he's like, Jim! And he like shakes his hand and something. He said, when he shakes him out, he goes, I fucking detest you. Okay. So yeah, Tommy Lee Jones hated Jim Carrey on set, but I can imagine Jim Carrey is as much as I find him funny in various things, I think I would hate to be on set with Jim Carrey. I think it would be one of the most infuriating and difficult things to deal with. You see even on Ace Ventura, before he made him, before he was a big star, he'd only had like a couple of bit parts. Earth Girls Are Easy, and I think he had done a little bit of SNL and stuff. But did you see that like backstage footage? And it's at the bit where they're by the pier, I think, where he like rips the Sean Young's clothes off and reveals the dick or whatever, and he's having an absolute meltdown tantrum because the director wanted him to do something and he didn't want to do it. And he's literally having this meltdown, and the director's just like quiet, and he's just like looking into the camera like that meme of the bear, just kind of going like, and it's just like that. It's just, and they're just like, you gotta let him just get it out. And he was having a tantrum like a child. I am not gonna die. And literally like that. It was incredible to watch. Just like, damn. Jesus, how'd you deal with somebody like that on?
And that was just Ventura. He wasn't even like that.
I know.
At that time, jeez.
So you just imagine all these other, like Val Kilmer was apparently a nightmare to fucking deal with.
Yep.
So many actors are meant to be absolute nightmares to deal with on set. So you just don't know what goes on with half of these.
Val Kilmer should have been the next Marlon Brando, dude.
Well, he was very difficult to deal with.
No, that's but the thing is, like Marlon Brando would have been in more films if he wasn't as difficult. But dude, that's what made Marlon Brando. But Val Kilmer like stunted his career. He should have been an A-list star, absolute A-list star. But he was such a pain in the ass. Nobody wanted to deal with him. Jim Carrey, people dealt with him for a little while, and then they had enough. He was bad. He was really bad.
So you have this horrible mix of Tommy Lee Jones hating Jim Carrey, Val Kilmer being really difficult to work with on set, and then he fucked off and thought that he could rebuild the Saint franchise as Simon Templar, and he turned down Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, to go and do the Saint.
Well, he hated the costume.
He hated the costume. He hated the costume as well because it just was sweat machine. But and then he had the Island of Dr. Moreau nonsense. Jesus Christ, actors.
He was great in The Doors. He was fucking.
It's a good film.
So good in that movie. Yeah, I love that movie. I usually don't like docu films, but I like The Doors. They're a good band. They could be pains in the ass. Unlike YouTubers, we're like totally fucking cool.
We are top tier humans,
So chill.
So yeah, the three Ezra Millers we've been staring at. I'm sorry, I left that for so long. We got to the Batman part. Yeah, and then we see the
why is Supergirl so ugly?
Dude, and she's not ugly. She's a pretty girl. She's an attractive girl that they made uglier. What the fuck is going on? Hollywood. Like, people aren't going to go see your shit. See, we're asking, they have to fill this. It's basically Ready Player One. That's what they're doing with superheroes. They're just filling it with nostalgia, putting some kind of a story around it. No, there isn't any structure. This is where the only place they have to go now is a DC Marvel crossover. Now, DC has never established their universe. They don't have an established universe, and they're kind of walking around like they do.
They don't, because now they're about to dip into the multiverse.
Yeah.
Just as Marvel's dipping into the multiverse.
And dude, Patty Jenkins is writing and directing fucking Wonder Woman 3.
Yes.
Did you see Jay put out a tweet on that announcement saying, what do you have to do to be fired? Like, what is it you have to do at that point? Because everyone hates Wonder Woman 84.
It's a garbage film. That's why.
Yeah, it's absolute horseshit.
What do you have to do to get fired? I don't know.
Be white and straight.
Ezra Miller's still working. Amber
he's queer.
Heard.
Yeah, Amber Heard's still going.
She's queer.
Yep.
By their own vernacular, folks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's better to be queer now than not, right? You get more extra points.
Well, I'm absolutely convinced that there's a huge number of actors who are claiming to be queer that are not remotely queer. Well, but if you notice, there's quite a few been coming out who are happily married with children saying, no, but I'm queer. I've just found this person and I want to settle down with them. It's all to try and get work. or be available for work.
That's how you that's basically your LinkedIn now. You just go out there and say I'm gay. You just come out. Hollywood should just collectively come out. I'm a non-practicing gay person.
Non-practicing gay.
I'm a homosexual incel, so I'm involuntary celibate, but I'm gay.
You joke, but Stephen Fry would say that for a long time. Stephen Fry would say that for a long time. He was he said he was a non-practicing homosexual before he decided to embrace it. But he said that for a long time because I think he was, but I mean, I think he's legitimate. I don't think there's anything fake about Stephen Fry, but I think he had his own inner turmoil about, how to deal with it, justify it, whatever you want to say. That he never sort of like partook or whatever, and then eventually he decided to embrace who he was and whatnot, which is great because Stephen Fry is a great man. But I think that's a case, I think, of somebody legitimately saying that. But Gary, there'll be plenty of fakies that'll be
like Tilly from STD. She's married and has a kid, and she's queer. So
yeah.
If Indiana Jones is a time travel film, surely they should have moved the release date back in time. Says Ian Forth for 50 British pounds.
Wow.
Real money. You earn that.
Real money.
I'm gonna nip off to the I'm gonna go powder my nose.
Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Go do a bunch of booger sugar. Go do your blow.
Booger sugar.
We're your booger sugar. And we got I'll wait till Az gets back. We got another big super chat. Thank you very much. We'll get to that next. Is this our Buffy moment?
I mean, it's like, how can we make it about Buffy, whatever the subject currently is?
No, there's so much, dude. I am so behind on absolutely everything because I went to Tipul and got back Saturday and recorded, cleaned up my Dune review, which is it's my Dune review. It's a spoiler-free review that I had done on Thursday, and I was fighting the copyright claim. Ryan sent me a template to fight copyright claims, and it fucking works, dude. It totally worked. I fought it, beat it. So that opens up new things for me because now Warner Brothers, they might copyright claim your stuff for like a day, but it's only a day.
Yeah, they're honestly, I know it sounds weird to say, but they're the best ones to get in terms of acclaim because they seem to give up pretty quickly, which is great. But Universal is one of the worst. They
are
covering Jurassic Park, Dominion, or World, whatever. Fucking just look out for them. They are assholes.
I will keep that in mind.
Good.
Netflix used to be assholes, but I figured out a way around them. I didn't review Squid Game because of cuties.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if people do. I'm not going to judge it for do, but I don't think I'm going to be reviewing Netflix shit at all. Because fuck cuties. I don't subscribe to them. I have a friend.
Was it Tim Pool that was making the argument that we should probably still, we condemn cuties and we reward them if we try to encourage them to not release stuff like that, releasing good stuff, right? Or are you waiting for them to remove cuties?
I am waiting for them to remove cuties. Tim said that he asked if it was a Netflix redemption arc. And I'm like, maybe, but then, you play it all the way through and it's like fucking cuties is still there. And that's a big deal to me. Cuties is a real thing with me. I mean, that's disgusting. And it helps normalize something that I think, unfortunately, folks, unless we fight back tooth and nail, is going to get normalized. I know a lot of you out there, I hear you now. No, this is my line in the sand, and it's your line in the sand, and I respect it. It's mine too. It's absolutely mine too. But the powers that be right now, the power structure desires this, and they've gotten almost everything they desire, and it really is up to us to keep our wallets in our pants. That's where we got to keep it. And you gotta unsubscribed to Netflix. Now, they did get hurt from that. That was a real thing. But Squid Game brought everybody back. So I just don't want to help them in any way, shape, or form. I'll talk about it on a live stream and stuff. And, it's not the show's fault. But there's certain lines in the sand we just got to draw, and like getting close to normalizing that stuff, which just keep an eye on California, because they'll be the first to do it. They'll be first. They'll lower the age of consent. Look for that to happen. The lobby behind that is strong, MauLer. Strong, powerful, rich.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. Completely agree.
And thankfully we have, people like you and Eric and yours truly and Az and, Jeremy and out there who will like speak up about this stuff. And thankfully we have all of you in the chat who speak up about it on Twitter, on Facebook, and keep doing it. Like, I'd love to do a full on review of Squid Game. It'd probably do really well on my channel, and I would get to break it down, and I'd get to break down something I like.
Whoa.
I can't.
I mean, it's I've seen loads of sentiment about it being way too overrated, flawed, and still filled with uncomfortable messaging and stuff, as well as seeing lots of praise. So it is an interesting topic because it seems like everybody's seen it.
It is, and I mean, is it overrated? Is it the greatest thing I've ever seen? Did it No. It's good though. It's good. And the aesthetic that's the best part about it. That kind of surreal aesthetic it has when it's in the game. The anti-capitalist messaging is there. It's absolutely there, but it's not heavy-handed until the end. The very end when somebody dyes their hair red, and then in the background there's a radio message just talking. This isn't spoiler because it has nothing to do with the plot, but they're talking about the South Korean debt crisis and all these countries that are affected except for China. And they do that twice. They say except for China twice. And I'm like, oh, really? Wow. And they kind of throw, they don't paint China in a great light for a certain plot point. But I think you can look at it as an allegory of life, just life, that's the way I kind of saw it. And there's other messages there about how we, treat people overall. And I think, I mean, dude, it's not even like a new concept. It's just put in a much more interesting package, I think. Would you watch a Squid Game season 2?
I don't think it's going to be any good. I think because from what I understand, this was created all the way, or at least began to write it all the way back in 2008. So it's been like a huge passion project, finally done. And like I think the quote from the creator was like, "Yeah, I can pull together a season 2," and it's like, oh
yeah.
And
that's
I don't know.
Think about that's something to think about. Think about Westworld. They worked on that for almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Before season 1 came out, and it was beautiful season 1, I thought, and it sucked after that. And there's other Heroes. They worked a lot on season 1, and had to throw together season 2. I don't know if you ever saw Heroes.
No, yeah, I did. Season 1 was awesome. Then 2 was the writer's strike. And then 3 and 4, I think, were just disasters from what I remember.
Christopher Eccleston was in. That was his first thing he was in post Doctor Who. I remember that was a big deal.
Fuck, I can't even remember that. He was in that.
Yeah, he was the invisible man. He had a beard.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that completely now. Nice. You just unlocked a memory for me.
Oh, man. Sorry, dudes. I trailer dropped for Cowboy Bebop and I had to watch it.
What was that?
A trailer. The first trailer's dropped for Cowboy Bebop for Netflix, so I had to
give it a watch.
Had to check it out. Yeah.
Well, what'd you think?
Well, yeah, how was it? I was waiting for that.
Well, let me just go check it out. I don't know. It looks really cheap.
A little bit later we'll watch it because I re-upload this anyway. So I think if I start leaving it on the channel, we won't watch stuff like this. But as long as I re-upload it, we can do that. I can just cut it out, and when I re-upload it, I'm eventually going to leave this show on this channel. By the way, it's doing pretty fucking well, guys. Just wanted to mention that.
Wait, people are watching this?
People are watching this stuff.
Currently 5,133.
Losers.
Losers coming to watch us. Wait, no, that's exactly what we want.
Oh, fuck.
We love you.
We love you.
Did any of you see the trailer? If so, what did you think? Oh yeah, and by the way, people are asking, heel versus babyface is on the back of my jersey, by the
Hey.
way.
Hang on.
My sports ball jersey.
I'm gonna make
It's on
somebody
the back of my jersey.
I'm gonna make somebody a mod real quick. I almost timed him out, and I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Boom. Okay. All right. Hey, you're back from watching the Cowboy Bebop trailer and not dropping a deuce. Let's see here. No.
Well, I might have dropped the deuce and watched the trailer. Let's.
At the same
Yeah, I was
time.
going to say, multitask. Why not?
Can you look? Don't sell me short.
I never do, dude.
I can do that.
You can do it too with Can Do.
But the reality is, I shat my pants before I got to the toilet, so I don't know if that counts or not. And then I just pissed all over the wall.
Dude,
Son of Satan, I don't reckon. Well, that's male though. I don't get it.
It's a male.
Son of Satan's female and black.
Yeah. I freaking loved this. This, for one, having this comic around could get you in trouble in some places because it said Satan.
Satan.
Yep.
Hey, what about the good news? Good news. I'm beginning to think it's good news. He's on. Mel Gibson is going to be in the is it the prequel series or whatever for John Wick or whatever it's going to be.
I'm so done with John Wick.
I didn't even know they were
aren't.
making like a
Okay.
prequel series.
I'm not like. Is it is it a TV series or is it
I think so. I think they're making like a prequel TV series about how maybe how the Continental started and all. I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
I heard
it was-
it's doing a Netflix series, right? Netflix, Hulu, something like that.
It's got to be. There's one for everything.
Yeah, there's a
They're making one for Agatha. What the hell?
What?
yeah.
Okay,
Nobody cares about Agatha. Like, why are you doing
It
this?
was Agatha.
well, then I'm gonna pitch my Jaws prequel where Jaws's parents fuck. Sharks fucking, and then maybe eating some people, and then fucking, and then giving birth to Jaws.
You're not putting me
and
off it,
Jaws
Gary.
eats his way out of them,
Yes.
and it's just like at the end, and it's just like Jaws coming to eat your surface,
Coming.
Your surface.
coming its eggs on your
Oh, no.
putting its sperm on your eggs.
This Easter.
Easter.
This Easter. Blood on the eggs. Love this.
It's eggs on you this Easter. The fuck?
He wants to sperm your eggs. Jaws.
Will you let him?
Yeah. If you don't, he will eat you alive. Son of Jaw. No, daughter of Jaw.
Daughter of Jaws.
She's here to eat toxic masculinity.
Oh yeah, and she only eats men. Only eats men. Oh yeah.
She saves females in distress because they're only in distress because of my patriarch.
All females are just friends. Like why the last man?
Oh, no, female Jaws' daughter with a harness on it and a fucking blue-haired land whale riding it.
Yeah.
So it's getting justice for the sea.
Look, they're liking the covers. Yeah, I love this fucking cover, man. I don't like nobody stands like this on the planet. Nobody would ever pose like, right before you're surrounded by ice demons.
I would.
Like, oh, save me, son of Satan!
Longman would.
I sold you, boy. Look at that big barrel chest, blonde hair. He's got the weird little horny.
He's just like, look at my nips.
He's like, look at those fucking pectoral muscles, man. And my red pants.
Because sexuality is a choice, I'm being turned by every cover. Slowly turned.
Hey,
I wanna snog a pink-haired journalist called Jay Nakamura.
Snog.
Because Tom Taylor watched WWE and saw Shinsuke Nakamura and said, "Hey, I'll take that surname." And then we'll give him pink hair because he's a gay.
Oh God, they're attacking.
Attack of the gays.
That's the warning symbol. As you don't fuck around with that.
Attack of the living gays. Two heterosexuals have got themselves boarded up in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, and they're being besieged by the gays. Please come. What? I don't know. Watch RuPaul's Drag Race with us.
When there's no more room in hell, the gays will.
Come, watch Queer Eye with me. It'd be fun.
Satan just can't take all the gays.
Satan released the gays.
No.
Oh, I say, this is a lovely little farmhouse. I'll put some curtains up here.
Or
I want to watch that show right now.
Dude, that film would be fucking amazing.
If it's made by the Zucker brothers, it'd be the funniest thing ever made.
zombies versus gays. That would be funny.
Gays versus theys. Remember? Did you see that?
Yes.
When I was on Chrissy Meyer's podcast, and we were taking the piss out of pronouns, and she's like, "What about if they just went, hi theys and gays," and we thought it was a joke, and then DC in the FanDome, Harley Quinn comes on and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, theys and gays."
Theys and
like,
gays.
Oh my god, parody! It's like the Babylon Bee. The Babylon Bee is just like, we're turning into a legitimate news source here, and this is ridiculous.
Yeah, we're.
How do you make fun of it? You can't.
We're in the parody timeline. That's what I tweeted out with that. We're in the fucking parody timeline. We are there.
Cowboy Bishop looks terrible.
Cowboy Bishop. Is that starring Pierce Bronson?
What do you call him? You called him Piers Bronson, and he's Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce.
Pierce, as in you pierce the veil. Pierce.
No, I like
no, he's not. He's not.
No, Saku boy for $200. Thank you.
Wow.
Says, who sees into the hearts of men? The undergarments of women. Peeping Tom.
There he goes.
Looks to stop a molester whose touch makes their victims' biology as fluid as their gender. Will Tom spend the rest of his life as Tammy, or will there be a way to stop gender bender?
My god!
Peeping Tom.
Gender bender turned Tammy into Tommy, and that's no good now.
Oh, is that gender Peeping Tom versus gender bender? That could be your.
Well, yeah. Just imagine if you're peeping on Tammy, and Tammy's got a great set of bazookas, and then gender bender comes along and turns Tammy into Tommy, and then suddenly you're looking at a tallywhackle.
Yeah.
That's no good for Peeping Tom.
That's no good.
That's no good. He wants those ballistic missiles back that Tammy was.
Hey, Brightest Day. I think Brightest Day got the other one right. We got to say, greetings, poles and holes. Remember that?
Poles and holes.
Poles and holes.
Poles and holes. Damn, that's what WG. What did I do? What did I do, dude? What did I do?
What did he do? What's going on? What's going on?
I got a damn ass. Wait, I think WG was telling me off. I don't know.
Athenon for $99.99 says, "Hail Gary, Az, and MauLer, the law, and everyone in the chat. Wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice?
Instead of strong female characters, Hollywood would just write good female characters like Sarah Connor and Ripley that have flaws, but we all still love them. Oh, hot dog.
Hot dog. Hey, do you want to see something cool?
Yeah.
I got it. This is a sneak preview for tomorrow's What Toys, by the way.
Oh my.
Oh my. One of my I gotta contact Sideshow because one of my I'll wait to see what's coming. Yeah. It's okay. You wanna see a true nemesis? It's Nemesis Prime.
Oh, look at that.
Nemesis Prime.
That is awesome.
Nemesis Prime.
Can you shoot lasers?
He's got a big gun if you wanted to get that out, but he's got his big axe out and his shield for this.
All right, that's fine.
That is brilliant.
Nemesis Prime.
Great.
So yeah, get a good look at that tomorrow. Tomato.
So here's what Nick Fury looks like, folks. In case you want to know, there's Nick Fury.
Why here, Cracker?
Somehow, some way.
Have you guys? He's black in like newer comics as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The 619 have turned him black now.
What's like the line for you guys in terms of the timeline from, you know how if they turn a character from white to black in a film, but they're using, let's say, a black version of them from a comic, I'm assuming you would still draw the line at, well, they did that for that purpose, so.
Tokenism. Yeah, so like if they use Jon Stewart as a Green Lantern, I have no problem with that. That's a character I read.
Legit character. Legit. And he's so fucking underutilized. That is the fucking annoying thing with Jon Stewart. You have a legitimate, cool, black fucking character, and they don't do shit with him.
And because it doesn't fit in with what they what they really want to do. MauLer is they want to take shit. So
yeah,
that's the most frustrating thing, and that's why we do get frustrated. Is there are what Az was talking about? There is a ton of characters that you could either gender swap and nobody would care, or they're already gender or race swap, or they're already that race, or you could create a new fucking character, you know, a new IP that you own that you don't have to pay some residual to some family for 30 years. You can create your own fucking character. But no, they want to turn Superman black and then gay instead of like using the thousands of other characters. They want to take Superman because, well, everything was so white before. Well, then just make new shit. You know, if you want to dilute it, you can dilute it with new stuff. That's much more interesting. Now they've tried, it takes more work, and they're not talented and they can't do it. We're finding out people like Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, whether they're overpraised or whatever, were very unique.
Yeah.
And their kind will never come here again. Like even the big time creators of the recent past don't have the work ethic of a Jack Kirby. They just don't. They might have the creativity, but they don't have the work ethic. That's fact. Yeah.
Toys Wonderland put up a third-party Martian Manhunter.
Oh,
from just Snyder Cut or
Yep.
like regular one?
From the Snyder Cut.
Oh,
They
I'll have to get that.
Called him Mars Guardian.
Yeah, so like these giant corporations aren't going to be able to create anything. Like we're not going to have franchises anymore. This is going to be something that's going to be just a carryover from the 20th century, and it will eventually we'll have stories that people will follow always. But I mean, something sprawling like Marvel or DC or even Game of Thrones, something like that. That'll be rare because it takes a ton of work, and people can get so insanely rich, like George, when they're in the middle of their project, that it keeps them from finishing the project.
I think you're absolutely right. And the fact is, they're all trying to launch franchises, but they're all just having false starts because of it's not about building a story. It's just, can we skip to when we're a successful franchise in the first one?
Yeah, they don't want to do the legwork. Do you know the actor? I don't know who it was, but you know the actor who played Green Lantern in the Snyder Cut that was cut out.
Yeah,
DC
I don't remember his
told
name.
him to
I remember his face.
Well, he tweeted out like a couple of days ago the green screen footage of him at Zack's place recording it, because they recorded it at Zack Snyder's house backyard.
Yeah.
While the coup was going on, and he put like hashtag restore the Snyderverse, and it was just like, okay,
Hell yeah.
you go, dude.
Like a bunch of people want this. Listen, some of the Snyder Cut fans, most of you were great. Some of you were a little salty on the internet. That's the way fans can be. The surprising thing is Warner Brothers was salty back, and the one thing I know is the current regime there just don't like them. It's simple as that. They know they can make money from it. They just don't like you, and that sucks. You're gonna have to wait for a new regime to come in, which could happen, by the way. You never know, but they just don't like you. I mean, it sucks because I think we might get an Ayer cut on HBO Max. I think that's
Maybe, yeah. I think there's a possibility.
I'd watch it. I'd review it. Hey, so DC fandom, I'm gonna read a couple super chats, and we all saw the Batman trailer. Okay, we'll talk about the Batman trailer. I've been saving it for this show to talk
So
about.
have I.
And I by the way, thank you, dude. Seriously,
Right.
you didn't have to do that. I appreciate that, and I will do the same for you. Bradley Burnett. This is from Streamlabs, and oh my lord. So it's 11 super chats. We're gonna read the first 5. We're gonna do this in 2 parts. Okay. We're gonna do this in 2 parts. So they're $10 each.
Wow.
That's $110. So
Thank you.
thank you, Bradley Burnett. On the Streamlabs side, $20, $120 is 12. So we'll do 6. And that avoids you, Mama Susan. Thank you. 1 of 11. Right before Koof hit, I started watching your channels. It was amazing. I realized that there were other people out there saying what I was thinking. But then John Kent came out as bisexual and my world changed. Engage sarcastic SJW mode. I, for one, welcome our new woke overlords. They made the new Superman bi, and it's about time. Stunning and brave, but not the bravest and the stunniest. I've been inspired. Sure, I've been reading comics since 1979, but I need to forget all of that. 3 of 11. So this weekend, I flushed my mind of all toxicity, read a bunch of Wikipedia articles, and I totally get comics now. I present my pitch for Spider-Man Woke. The radioactive spider still bites, but Peter was but it was a rainbow spider, like it's a real thing. So it's a rainbow spider. This is 4. He still has all the powers, but feels incredibly guilty about it because the power should have gone to a marginalized person of color rather than trying to make money off his powers. He goes around Queens trying to give away his powers to POCs.
Thank goodness.
At the Parker home with the rainbow flag flying over it, Aunt May is a trans woman and Uncle Ben is gay.
Uncle Bay. No, you got it right first time.
Uncle Bay.
Uncle Bay is
Uncle Bay. Hey.
fantastic.
But the burglar planned to kill Ben because the burglar was homophobic. Peter is devastated. His gay uncle is killed.
Yeah, May's a guy.
Peter, also confused by Aunt May, who recently made the Olympic women's weightlifting team, couldn't stop the burglar. Peter realizes he has to avenge his gay uncle, so he tracks down the burglar at the warehouse where what he finds chills him. We're going to have to do one more on this one. Peter finds a ton of red MAGA hats, Q manuscripts, a Lego model of the U.S. Capitol. Terrifying. Peter
my God.
the burglar and screams, "You killed my Uncle Ben, you homophobic." Peter pushes the burglar and the burglar falls out the window. You want to finish this? You want to just finish the story?
Yeah, this is good. This is compelling.
I do. Before the burglar dies, he says his name was Uncle Ben. He's so racist. Suddenly, Peter realizes the truth. Uncle Ben, like the rice, so racist. His uncle was gay and racist. At that point, Peter learned the greatest lesson of the world. With great power comes great intersectionality. He will fight against hate and for the rights of all POCs. He makes the Spider-Man costume, but rainbow colors. To honor Ben, he transitions into Penny Parker and identifies as a black woman. I present to you the new comic, Penny Parker and the Redonkulous Trans Rainbow Spider. So much intersectionality, so much. Oh my God, I'm so amazed I can finally share this. This will make up for all the wrongs for just being a cis white male. Disengaged, sarcastic SJW mode. Damn, it's so easy to be woke. Say a bunch of woke bullshit and woke magic. Oh crap, the woke may see this and think, yes, so stunning and brave. What have I done? To quote the doctor, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
Oh.
Bradley Burnett. A little real BBC story time there. That was good.
We got to get it funded, guys. Come on.
I know. It's better than any of the shit I've been watching recently.
Right? I mean,
make it snow.
Was that part of Squid Game being good? Is like we have been just swimming.
Oh, Squid Game was excellent.
Sewage for so long. I mean, it's good. I'm not saying it isn't good, but I mean,
I think Squid Game is legitimately awesome.
What would you give it out of 10 as?
Having a look at the chat, I would give it 9 Michael Burnhams crying out of 10.
Man, you probably have the best view of it out of, I think, most people in our sort of spheres. I think it's, I don't know if I'd say great. I certainly think episode 6 is great. I would defend that one completely. That was fucking top notch. But there's we're hoping to go over it at one point on EFAP, but there's a lot of the world building is pretty not great. The whole plot line, I just think about a lot of the stuff. It starts to fall apart pretty quickly. But without going into that, the the plot line with good old Detective Man, it is like filled with hardcore luck. Like he is so lucky in almost every single thing that he does.
Yeah,
it still makes it good.
Well, and the thing for me was just that I didn't felt like it really went anywhere that interesting. That plot line, the ultimate revelation, I was just like, oh, okay. And it takes up a big chunk of time.
What the questions that asks?
I
don't want to ruin it. I don't know if we can seen it, but the questions that reveal asks.
Yeah, go ahead. What's interesting about it?
What's interesting? Right, number one, chat. If you don't want to know, block your ears now. Number one, obviously it's his brother. Number two, his brother won the game. Number three, his brother stayed to become part of the game. Not just part of the game, but oversee the game. What were the steps? What happened? What was the transition? It's asking. Well, it's offering up.
Is this a mystery box?
Future potential future interesting development.
That's like 101 mystery box. It's not anything. It's future stuff.
It's
you can say that. I thought it's very interesting.
Well, so what would have made it interesting for me to know the brother character? I know nothing about him. I don't know about their relationship. I know nothing about that. And so being like, I'm looking for my brother. Turns out he won a game. Turns out he became the front man. I'm like, okay. I'm still waiting for the substance. I don't know. And they spent a lot of time with that detective in that show, and I just don't know that much came out of it at all. Maybe it's a season 2 thing. I don't know.
It's something which could easily be because I don't think he's dead. I don't think the detective's dead.
Anyone who gets shot in the arm in a show doesn't die.
Exactly.
What do you think, Gary?
I think they're trying to make a political statement. And like, I don't know South Korean, so there might be like a South Korean film trope or a nuance that I'm not getting, right? As a ugly
you become
male.
Once you tasted the machine, you can become part of the machine.
Yeah, there's a political statement. I think that was the most important part, is about nepotism in capitalism, and that you just what Az just said. You become part of you help perpetuate the system, no matter what you are, and you would kill your own fucking brother to stay in it. That was the whole point of that, to me.
I didn't find any of it interesting. I was thoroughly interested in our main characters, but Detective Man, I kind of found it annoying whenever those scenes are happening.
I like Detective Man's story.
Everything he did was so lucky. Everything he was getting away with. Like when he just randomly puts a gun to a person in a hallway, I was like, man, if anyone else walks past and then he's like, I'll drop the body in like a closet, and I was like, okay, so that's a timer. And the fact that you got to hope nobody recognizes the differences in like hair and height and voice. But he just gets
do.
Well,
number 28 does.
You talking about the guy that he does the black market shit with?
Yeah, number 28 knows it's not number 29.
Yeah,
but he's not bothered because
way later.
He still believes that they're still wanting the same goal.
That is a huge coincidence. The person he took over, the one circle he took over, is the one circle is doing black market organ transfers. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Do you understand?
Do you want a plot or do you not want a plot?
That's fucking Patrick Williams' argument. Everyone needs to be stupid to have a plot line. It's like, come on, we can do better than that. We can have
It's not stupid. He has 2 masks. He plays 2 roles.
You can't even do that because the masks have specific scan ID.
Yeah, but he plays 29 as a regular, and then he plays the supervisor, so he can move around a little more.
You're highlighting the more problem.
Perturbed.
He takes the square's mask after the square dies, and nobody cares. He just pockets it. So when they put him to bed or whatever, they're like, "Oh, where's his mask gone?" It's like, "Oh well, I guess someone stole his mask." And then he puts it on in front of somebody. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm a square." I was like,
they do say when one of the soldiers, one of the guards or reds, whatever you want to call them, is killed, it's not actually that big a deal.
And do you remember the one guy who got shot in that scene? The one guy is also the one guy who pointed out our guy was an imposter. And he was like, see me after this. And then he got killed. It's like, man, that was fucking lucky of all the people who could have been killed. That's what I mean about the detective. What I wanted...
he got killed because due to a different set of events, though. He got killed due to the events of the them not having the game, not knowing the game for the doctor, and it was the doctor that precipitated those events.
I'm talking about the square that got killed by in the honeycomb game.
Right.
In the honeycomb game, the guy is like, no, you guys are fucked up, and then he shoots him in the shoulder, and then the front man executes him because he took the mask off.
Yeah.
That could have been any of the ones there. There was loads of triangles, but it ended up being the one guy who knew our detective was an imposter.
I would say
would have found out.
It's how much you buy. I mean, there's contrivances.
No, that was the supervisor that got.
Yeah.
And he didn't know about 28.
So what he said was like,
he knew about 28, but he was the supervisor, so he was always going to be at the front.
No, he was just the one who happened to be in line to potentially execute. If you remember, he said, "See me after." Yeah, he said, "See me after the see me after the game." But because he was the supervisor, he was the front person that when the guy grabbed his gun, he was the front person there. So no, the one he goes for first, the one that has the gun on him, he puts a little needle in his eye, and then he gets up and grabs the nearest
Right.
person.
Yeah. So he grabs guns. So the supervisor's the guy that goes forward because he's the supervisor.
Well, it could have been anybody. It could have been the one that he went for with the gun. That's my point. It could have been literally. Remember, the room's huge, and there's loads of workers in there.
Yeah, he sticks the needle in the eye of a circle to get the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And once he's got the gun, though, it's the supervisor that steps forward because he's the supervisor of the room.
Well,
so he's trying to take control of that situation.
He's just the nearest one. It's not because he's the supervisor.
It could be perceived as
like,
both.
Genuinely, just watch it again. He's just standing, and then he grabs him because he's the nearest one with the gun.
I think there needed to be.
I think we're getting into real pedantic territory here.
So my point is, there's like
so what do you I don't get what you're wanting from it though.
Yeah, so my point is that the detective isn't intelligent. He gets through his entire storyline through complete luck. The one person who finally notices something also happens to be the person who was killed 5 minutes later through a complete...
Well, not complete luck. He works out the Morse code that 28 is... he's 29, sorry, not 28.
I think that the contrast of like how complicated the game was and how tight they had to have that shit because you're fucking kidnapping people and killing them and disappearing them. As opposed to then there's... I like the fact that there was a black market thing going on the side. I thought that gave it a much more real kind of feeling for it.
I wish it would just more covert. It's so like, I don't know how they're getting away with any of it, really.
They needed to do a little more setup and a little more context for me, but I thought it added a layer to the show that was interesting. It wasn't they weren't my favorite parts, but like I didn't fast forward through. Like a lot of times when I'm binging stuff, if there's like a scene where you know it's going to be somebody walking down a hallway slowly and it's just for tension, I just go boop 10 seconds, like because I just want to get past it. But I didn't do that with this show. I watched it.
I watched the whole thing. Yeah.
I gave it like 3.5 out of 5 Stuckmans or 7.5 to 8 out of 10 Stuckmans. But I think there was flaws though. There was definitely.
I would have loved to have seen a really like a hardened detective who's been looking into this stuff for ages and then actually like uses knowledge to get past all this stuff instead of just being like, I'm going to follow the cars. Hopefully they don't care about that. I'm going to get underneath them. I'm going to jump out. Hopefully there's no cameras. Hopefully I don't get caught by somebody. I'm just going to attack the first guy that grabs me in the car. Hopefully he doesn't make enough sound, like screaming, to get enough attention. Then I'm going to switch my clothes with his, put my ID on his, and nobody's going to check us, even though everyone was done before they even fight. Then I'm going to toss his body off the ship. Hopefully nobody sees me do it. Oh, shit, someone saw me. Oh, it's fine. They just went, hey, what are you doing? And you went, oh, nothing. And he's already a completely different person. And then he just, like I said, he happens to be the one that's involved in the black market stuff, which happens to benefit him because they'll help him out. And then he gets access. Remember, because of that, he gets access to the escape route, all of the escape tools, and direct access to a VIP room. It's incredibly contrived. And I wouldn't have as much issue with that if I cared a lot about the character. But I just didn't learn much about it.
It's convenient, but to me it's convenient, but it doesn't stop it from being fun or interesting.
The front man has a speech where he says you can do whatever you want, but don't take off the mask. Yeah, that's retarded. I'm sorry. I was actually disappointed when I found out the front man said it's fine for you guys to be able to just take random people, pull out their organs and sell them, but don't take off your mask. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much of a leak that is for your system? They got organ transfers going on underneath. But apparently he's fine with that. Why wouldn't you make it official if you were fine with it?
Or at least say the person or the front man knew, like say something like that,
Also, people say I'm nitpicking to the extreme. You guys would all be fine with this if I was talking about Tross. Just saying, chat.
I think the point with the front man is you can't see they're not allowed to see your face. You all must be maskless, faceless entities because for some weird reason he believes in the purity, shall we say? I don't know if that's the right word, of the game, that it should be as non-biased as possible. And he's saying if you want to do your own shit on the side that doesn't interfere with the game, fair enough. But if you show your face, if you show bias towards a competitor, then that blows the fairness of the competition out of the water, and that's death.
I love the face thing. I love the fairness thing. I don't believe for a second the front man would allow an operation running underneath his own one that involves going out to foreign entities and selling them organs from your organization.
Well, the whole entity was blown out of the water then anyway.
Well, that's the thing. I think that
so he could have literally just been I don't care about what you do when it's your time. When it's part of the game, then I care very much about the sanctity of the game.
Yeah, I'm saying he should care about what, like, it can expose his whole organization if they're not careful enough. Which is why either make it like as part of your organization, which would make sense to me. Harvest.
Well, there are a few things which could have got the whole organization a big convoy of
agreed
going onto a ferry at midnight in itself is very conspicuous, not inconspicuous, very conspicuous.
So is it every show and movie has flaws.
I think there are some aesthetic liberties.
I quite loved Squid Game, so I'm just pointing out that this B plot did nothing for me, but the A plot was wonderful. I loved it.
That's fine.
Yeah, no,
I enjoyed the B plot as well.
I hope they do something with it in season 2 because I felt like it was.
I hope there isn't a season 2, really, because
yeah, I agree with that.
I think it's just prep ready for one.
That's what it felt like to me. That's when I first started thinking, oh, there might be a season 2, because like getting shot in the shoulder, falling in the water is like that. He's not dead. Although he would be. Isn't that water cold? I mean, that's
well. If you notice where the splash point was, it looked like if he'd been shot, he would have flown 200 meters out
right?
Before splashing into the water. But again, you got for the reasons of convenience for the audience to see the splat.
That's what I'm advocating for. You don't have to write it that way. You can make it so that he does all this stuff because of his skill, and it would make me really invested in. I love skilled characters, man. John Wick, when I first saw
there's some very abstract. There's some very abstract things about it kind of dips into the surreal a wee bit as well. I mean, the going from room to room in that crazy. What's all that about? It's an aesthetic abstract choice of how they transport.
Everyone's so angry at me. Like, do this nitpicking to Buffy. Let's see how that applies to the show. It's like, yeah, Buffy's filled with bad shit. You kidding me? Like, I say this often. I'm pretty sure I'm harsher on Buffy than Gary is too.
I think MauLer's got every right to say what he wants about this. Everyone's got every right to say what they want.
I want to show everybody a good cover. That this is like high art here. This is Steranko. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's Steranko. I'm just gonna focus it on me real quick. Doing his Salvador. Look at how fucking awesome
that looks. Very kind of North by Northwest, Cary Grant-esque.
Yeah, meets Dali.
Yeah, meets Salvador Dali. Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, and this was done in the 60s, folks. So
wow.
Steranko is the fucking man. He's still alive. He dresses like a spy. He flirts with he's probably in his 80s now. What did I do there? I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. Flirted with my wife at a con like 10 years ago. He's a fucking man's man. Steranko. Didn't draw a ton of comics. He did a few here and there, and he's most famous for doing this Nick Fury. Also drawing the Indiana Jones picture of him smoking out in the desert that's on the board game. That's Steranko too. He did some designs for Raiders Lost Ark. Okay. We talk about Squid Game in a little bit. But let's get to the Batman.
But just quickly, I'm more than happy to talk to you guys about fucking all the great shit in that show. I'll totally do that.
Oh, I don't have a problem with you criticize the fucking show. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's perfect at all. I think it's really, really fucking good. The same way I think about Dune, right? I saw Dune. I thought it was good. It's not the greatest thing I've ever seen. And I think it's just not, it's like, I'm not going to ever like the source material. And I've tried for decades. And it's just like, I'll watch a sequel to it. I'd probably watch a sequel to Squid Game, but it'll be bad. It'll be it won't be good. It won't.
I'd watch a season 2, but I would fear what season 2 would bring.
Yeah. MauLer pointed out, like, he worked since 2008 on this series, for like a decade on this series, and then you just throw together a season 2 in months. That's what happens a lot of times. Why you get that great first season, it's somebody's lifelong project in some cases. Westworld, for example, they worked on that for like a decade before the move, and that's why season 1 is so fucking tight and everything else isn't.
Well, yeah, he said 2011 is when he started writing about this, which leads me to believe that when he made his comments about Trump, he's talking completely out of his ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, because Trump was a fucking game show, or was a reality show host back then. So,
oh, have you heard that She-Hulk's gonna go back to her attractive form?
oh really?
Yeah, with Adam Hughes doing covers.
Oh, so they want to sell books again. Basically.
So they want to, so expect John Byrne-esque. Well, I mean, we don't know what obviously the content of the comic's going to be. I imagine it will still be trash, but she's going to look back to the John Byrne version.
Excellent. All right.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Baby
Cyborg.
Yeah.
How can they just make the costume look like that, dude?
I know, that's the cool one.
Yep. All right. I mean, we can't watch the trailer, but we'll go over frames. Let's do it. So this trailer, everybody and their mother reacted to it. I so knew there was going to be a question mark in that cup of coffee, by the way.
I thought it was going to be a bat symbol.
Oh, did you? I
Yeah.
question mark.
That kind of visual, by the way, feels like it should be more so in something from I don't know, like fuck, why am I blanking on his name? Batman Forever maker. It's just
Schumacher?
Yeah, Schumacher.
Jim Carrey.
It feels more like a Schumacher thing to be like, there's a question mark in my car. I don't know why. Like, I hope contextually, like, it matches. It's just that it feels a little bit goofy to me. It's just like I put a question mark in my coffee. It's like, okay.
Well, the only question mark on the Riddler, by the looks of it, he's got a pouch. He's got like a pouch on his left breast, which has got a question mark on it, and that seems to be the only question mark on the costume.
We're going more grounded than ever this time around, right? And so
we're going deeper undergrounded.
We're going to the core.
It's a more grounded version than the last grounded version. A darker take on the last darker take. Okay.
And darker.
You thought it was gritty before? We're getting gritty.
Batman's gonna be fucking fighting and ripping people's heads off. You know, it's like,
yay.
So real.
It's so real and grounded and dark. All right. So
I like it a lot. The grounding, that is.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you wonder, like, will a crazy goofy thing maybe take the market at some point in a couple years or something like that? I don't know. Maybe we'll be like, oh, sweet, I'll have some goofy.
I think what they need to the one thing this trailer does slightly different than Nolan did. Now, Nolan's movies are fucking great. The first two are masterpieces, I think. Although I hate the Batman costume. I hate the Batman costume in the Nolan movies. So please remember that, folks, because I don't like this costume either. But I think it's better than Christian Bale's costume, but not as good as Ben Affleck's costume.
I prefer the first Nolan costume to the second.
I'm trying to. Have you guys got like a compared image of those?
Oh, they're radically different. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
he turn his head in the second one. He can't turn his head in the first one. They still hadn't figured that fucking out yet.
But it's really weird though, because they designed the cowl in the first one on a panther.
Really?
Yeah. They designed it on the neck of a panther.
Why?
I know, because they were saying his style of fighting is more brutal and bestial. So they said they wanted the neck to kind of look like a panther's neck. And I'm thinking, he's called Batman.
He's a man.
Not Black Panther.
And he does, look at it now. Yeah, he does look more I guess, beefy in Begins compared to
Hang on.
the next two. That's interesting.
But I think it's a better costume. I still think it's a better costume all around.
Well, do you have a favorite from the movies, you guys?
My favorite costume was Michael Keaton's Batman Returns costume. I think that's fucking amazing.
I think it looks amazing. It's not very practical. I got to give it up to probably the Batman, Ben Affleck Batman in Suicide Squad.
Oh, okay.
Most comic book accurate one I've seen in cinema. Okay, here we go. Here's a picture that shows the difference between the two.
I got a couple if you need them.
Here we go. I got it right here. Share screen. You look to the right there. So the one on the right is more of a motorcycle suit, and that's probably the best image of it. But it doesn't look that great when he's fighting. I have to agree with Az a little bit. So the one on the left is the Batman Begins one. The neck is way too fucking big.
It's like panther neck.
Panther neck.
But it looks just like, it kind of looks like the Tim Burton. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of molded and there, and you know, it's fine. It's fine, but like here we go. And this one, the one on the left is fucking,
I love that. I love that costume.
But
I'm not saying it's practical. I thought we're just talking from an aesthetic point of view.
That's yeah. As far, it's beautiful. It's got the yellow fucking symbol. Everything about it is great. But the one on the right,
to me, that's the proper symbol, the yellow symbol.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
I stained my body with it.
What did you guys think of the suit he fights Superman with?
The armored suit.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's fantastic.
Gary?
I think the armored suit was fantastic. A pretty decent representation of the Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like adapting Dark Knight Returns, it was fine. Wasn't the prettiest thing I've seen, but I think it wasn't supposed to be pretty. It was supposed to be functional.
Yeah.
I don't know how functional it actually was, but
well, even Zack Snyder said the purpose of the suit was to just take 2 more blows from Superman than he should have been able to.
Yeah, like,
which is basically just 2 blows from the suit.
Yeah, because I think it looked cool. I just don't know how much to compare it to, you know.
Well, it's in the Dark Knight Returns, which is the Frank Miller futuristic Batman story.
Mm-hmm.
Superman is still the same. He hasn't aged because of his Kryptonian physiology, and he's now truth, justice, and fully the American way because he literally works for the government. The government tell him what to do. And the government tell him it's time to shut Batman down when he comes back. You got to shut him back down again. And so Superman turns up, tells him what he's going to have to do. And he's just like, may the best man win then, Clark. And then they prepare for battle. And then Batman creates this, or he's already got it ready. I guess this suit he already had prepped for if he ever had to fight Superman, and he has that armored suit, which obviously has been worked upon for the BVS movie. But it's a really good representation. It doesn't have the Bat logo on the suit in the comics either on that armored suit, and it doesn't have it on the BVS armored suit either. But that one's more practical to fight Superman, whereas the one in the film isn't per se. It's just meant to protect Bruce for a couple more hits. to allow him to get some kryptonite gas off.
Oh.
And in the Dark Knight Returns, it's actually Oliver Queen who fires the kryptonite gas at Superman, which allows Batman to kick the shit out of him.
Replace costume with iron. That's how I got all the results I needed, Gary. You get a couple of Iron Mans, but most of it is the iron suit that he's. Well, I don't know what you call this suit exactly. But
that's the tactical suit. That one.
Yeah, the armored one. I guess you could type in armored. That would make more sense.
I just put BVS armored Batman. I like the tactical suit. I thought the tactical suit looked really good in Justice League. That's a good looking.
I thought, yeah, it looked like more like.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah,
mid at the bottom.
Right here.
Yeah, that's a good one there.
Yeah,
that's a good. I've got the one in 6.
I do wonder about capes at that point when you're that like significantly making the suit for practicality. The suit doesn't offer you anything necessarily, right? At that point.
Oh well, the capes are completely unpractical.
totally useless. They just look. Yeah,
I was gonna say not always, right? Because Batman uses it to he can open it up and harden it, and you can like glide with it, right? Depending on the suit.
Yeah, but you would have to. I mean, if you wanted it to be practical, it would close up on itself after use.
Yeah. With the games, you can use it to confuse people. So there you go.
But there's the hot toy, Gary. Hold on, you were there before you scrolled a bit too high up, or there you go. Yeah, top there. You're right inside. There's the hot toy, which is pretty.
That looks good.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
He's a thick boy.
Yeah, I like it.
I was almost saying the flame resistant as well for the capes. That's something too.
Yeah.
Douche.
There he is.
Let me take his head off so I can turn the eyes on. Boosh. Let me just wibbly wobbly that. Now that look at that. That is. Oh yeah. By the way, I've got him holding a batarang for the other Superman for safekeeping. But look at that. That is beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
That's awesome. Well, now I got to get one of those.
Woo! And those boots where he's got the things on the boots that he does in
little details like that.
I know they're good details, aren't they? But yeah, just the eyes lit up when you light the eyes up, man.
That's fucking awesome. I'm pulling the trigger on that.
Woof. Make sure you don't get the black chrome one. Make sure you get the proper one.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Don't get the black chrome.
Beautiful.
But yeah, it's so great. I mean, for comic book lovers, I know it sounds gay, but to see the white Batman eyes, we've been waiting so long to see the white Batman eyes in in some sort of adaptation.
They did it in Dark Knight briefly with the radar effect, which I fucking loved. But they haven't done it proper yet. And this Batman trailer started a lot of debates, a lot of like actual nerd debates that I fucking loved. That like Batman's too skinny, Batman's needs to be bigger, but we need the white eyes.
I've seen a lot of that, yeah.
How could you want white eyes when you can't see his like him emote through the face? I mean, that's what we're supposed to be arguing about.
Yay. Az sounds posh when he says proper.
But here's the deal.
That's one of my most Yorkshire words, proper.
I'll tell you one of my concerns with this movie, and it like the trailer doesn't, it slightly hints to it, but it's nothing that people are concerning. But again, I'm going to refer back to Eric July, who said nostalgia bait. Like this movie is surrounded by woke garbage. DC fandom was woke garbage for the 3 hours. So are we going to think that this isn't going to be some kind of I would say emotionally stunted Batman being led around by a far more capable and sage Catwoman? You don't think that could happen?
No, I'll just say my overall opinion, because obviously this trailer's been like received with glowing
Mhm.
love. I will say that my overall reaction to this trailer is I still remain unconvinced.
Interesting.
I thought there were parts of the trailer where I was kind of like, I need. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I just need to see the film because I'm not getting like major hints from the. When I say major hints, I mean major sort of oohs or ahs from the trailer. The trailer's not quite working for me.
I saw it like on the moment it came out. I think Fringy was in a call with me and he was just like, "We gotta watch it right now." And I was like, "Okay." And yeah, when I finished, I was like, "All right, I hope the movie's good."
Yeah, yeah.
And honestly, man, like I checked Twitter and fucking everyone was just blowing their loads across. And I was like, "Oh man, I feel like I watched a different trailer because like I don't know, I don't know. I like a lot of the shots. I'm looking forward to the potential, but I often do. Like I've been burned by so many trailers at this point in terms of just imagine what it could. Because I think a bit of a process that happens is you see the trailer and you imagine a movie in your head, and then you praise the trailer for that movie you just like thought about, and it's like that's what it is yet. Because I want a lot of focus on Bruce Wayne as a character finally, because I feel like I don't get enough of that in a lot of the Batman movies.
Well, this is right. What like when I'm watching the BVS trailer when that came out, you're like, whoa, and look at that. Oh, look, he's got the armor costume on. So you're sort of like picking up moments. When I was watching this trailer, it was bizarre because I was kind of like, the cinematography is absolutely gorgeous, but what was actually going on wasn't necessarily ringing my bell.
Yeah, you couldn't hear some dialogue. And
there's a lot of muffled dialogue. Yeah,
because when he punches the window, he goes, "Whoa!"
He say, "What did you do?
What have you done? What have you done?"
Yeah.
I tried forever to figure it out on my own, and I had to finally turn on the closed captions because I had no idea what he said. And then, he's, what's black and blue and dead all over, it's like at the end.
That's true.
I feel the same way. I thought it was a really well made trailer, good editing. I like the music at the end.
The score sounds great. Yeah.
Fucking awesome at the end. I was like, yeah. But they deliberately showed us Batman being a spaz. What have you done? Ah!
Yeah, I didn't get the emotional outburst from Batman there. And this shot here, this is 23 seconds to see a question mark in a latte.
And I've seen a lot of people really hardcore celebrating the fact that he's like emotionally unstable, and I'm like, that can go one of two ways. That could be cringe as fuck, or it can be nailed.
Yeah. But when you see him as Bruce Wayne and he's got fucking foppish hairdo, it's kind of like, no, Bruce Wayne would be coiffed. I
agree with that. Actually, he didn't. But I guess he's an early on. Is that the
year 2-ish again? It's meant to be year. So he's technically. I mean, if we're meant to go by, I know that DC comic law changes all the time, but he's technically 25 to 26 years old in this. That's what he would be. So he left when he was 17, didn't he? He left Gotham when he was 17 or something. And he spent 7 years training.
He should have already. Part of that training was his emotions, though. See, that's where I have a little bit
exactly.
An angry, crazy Batman would be dead.
Yeah.
So is this going to be like? I'm fine with having a proper Riddler story, however he looks, like twisting, Batman in fucking knots, having him just running in circles. I think that'd be interesting for an early lesson. The Riddler's the Zodiac killer, so he's not anything like he did in the comic books. Okay,
but maybe he hasn't quite got a handle on when his emotions are what, because when he meets the gang, although he's very brutal with the gang, he's very composed. Because he's like,
because I could only just go off with the trailer, and they showed him screaming a lot and being frazzled, and And they showed Catwoman being very. The only time she was upset was when she was watching Batman spaz out and beating the shit out of somebody. She was like, and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. He's still working out his Bruce Wayne persona. So this is more of a Bruce Wayne Begins, I think, which could be interesting.
It could get nailed. It could get nailed. And like I said, I'm not like, oh, I don't like look at this. No, I'm very intrigued.
Yep.
But I haven't had like the gasm button pushed, I haven't had my bean flicked. But I am definitely gonna see this and
IMAX first day. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully that in itself will reveal. You don't want too much revealed. Maybe I'm just thinking like Marvel trailers are so cookie cutter now. You watch a Marvel trailer, you've seen the film. You can literally work out beat for beat what the film's essentially going to be. Like Shang-Chi, I got it completely beat for beat. I think I got it scene for scene as well. Pretty much of what leads to what, which leads to what. But and this I think is quite disjointed, and maybe that's a good thing.
I have to say for the 6th iteration, because we have Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, and now we got Robert Pattinson. So that's 6. I'm still more interested in this movie than anything coming out of Marvel outside of maybe Sam Raimi's Doctor Strange movie.
Agreed. Sure. I'm assuming, I don't know if you guys saw Drinker's video on it, but something I shared with him and apparently didn't share with the rest of the fucking internet was that one moment, and I don't know if you guys wanted to go talk about this chronologically, but I'm kind of skipping to near the end of the trailer here. But the part where he's like being shot at by like 4 thugs at once, and it's all sparking all over the suit. Yeah. So like everyone's going nuts over that, saying it's amazing. I had so many thoughts at once. I was like, okay, so one, like, just is he in an Iron Man suit? Because like it feels a little strange seeing Batman just be like, I'm absolutely immune to bullets. Because the Ben Affleck Snyder one, he it seemed to me like the suit could tank bullets, but it still hurt.
Yeah.
Which I way prefer. I love the idea of a Batman who's like, I've got padding and I'll take bruises, but like he was just walking and sort of just taking like constant machine gun fire. That the sparks of the metal, the propulsion. I was like, oh, okay. And I way prefer seeing that for an Iron Man because that's the dynamic of his suit. But it has like an energy level, right? But with Batman, I always associated it with like he doesn't necessarily require bullet immunity because that's how fucking good he is.
Here's the deal: if you're going to be wearing an armor suit like that, you're not going to be. Batman's agile. Batman's an agile fighter like Daredevil. You cannot fight in an agile manner with fucking armor on. You just can't. So you're fucking weighed down. There's very few things you can do. Plus, he's 165 pounds soaking wet, and that's a debate we'll get into in just a moment. But his stuntman is about 210 pounds. Batman in the comics is 6'2", 210, 6'2", 210. Unless he's gained 10 pounds in the last, because I read that out of the Who's Who. So
okay.
He could have gained 10 pounds in the last.
I'm trying to remember from yesteryear, so I'm there or there about. Okay.
Yeah, he's 6 foot. So he's not the Hulk. He's not the Hulk, but he's solid. He's solid, and he's built. And if I'm going to be criticizing, 97-pound women knocking the shit out of 300-pound Russian stuntman, I got to say the same thing for the dudes. And you got to make me believe it. Now, yes, I know Michael Keaton was scrawny. Dude, we were willing to, in that world, it was acceptable because that was a cartoon. It was a fantasy. And that's kind of what I want them to try to do with Batman is don't be too grounded. Enough with the grounded. Batman is a fantasy. It's a noir fantasy. It doesn't exist on our planet. Gotham.
Snyder made him move very agile for his size because of the costume.
Yeah.
Yep.
But this is I'm glad you mentioned that scene though, MauLer, because I think this is one of the things which made me just go a little bit about the trailer. Is we saw this in Dark Knight Rises. We seen the scene where they're shooting down the corridor that's black and Batman's coming down the corridor and gets them. We saw that. Apart from in Dark Knight Rises, he's what he should be, which is agile and dodging the bullets to get to the assailants. When the Penguin thinks he's blown up the Batmobile and killed Batman, and he's just like, yeah, I got him. And then we see the Batmobile burst through the we saw that in BVS, and I thought, wait, I thought we've seen this in BVS, and then we've seen this in Dark Knight Rises, and I just sort of had a little bit of a okay, are these homages? Are these or these, choices which you thought original that we've seen in the last few years? So, mate, I was a little bit concerned that, maybe there's a little bit of copycatting going on certain elements. I don't know, but it was like if we've already seen these elements in recent films, then I don't know. It could be something, it could be nothing.
So like the first thing I was just talking about was just like the practicality of it all. But if we put that aside and just appreciate the cool visual and stuff, I was just wondering what you guys think about it in terms of, is that quite the vibe of Batman, or am I kind of like out of whack here? Just like watching him tank loads of machine guns while walking towards someone and beating them up is just like,
It's a modern vibe. I mean, I don't know. Like, I haven't played all the Arkham video games, so I don't know if a lot is being taken from that. But as far as comics go,
oh no, they're stealthy, dude. They're get in, get away, don't get hit.
Batman uses his environment. Okay, Batman's and he doesn't require that much armor. Yeah, I think to me that's a bit of a Hollywood thing. It doesn't take me out of it though. I mean, it doesn't. I don't have a huge problem with it.
Especially, it looked aesthetically cool, but again, it looked cool.
Yeah,
it
the cool
visual.
I agree, but I was pulling myself back, just being like, man, that was such a almost like an Iron Man thing. Like and I just you remember Batman Begins, when his first proper Batman thing. The scene is just a bunch of thugs slowly getting pulled away one by one without them realizing what's happening. Mm-hmm. And we barely even understand what's happening because he's so fast and he's all in the dark and stuff. It's like, that's how I picture Batman.
Yes.
And his action scenes and stuff. I don't picture him fully armored up and just tanking millions.
No, he would use the dark, and he had exactly that in that scene. He had the darkness.
Yeah.
To his advantage. So just walking down and allowing. What if they just moved the gun up a couple of inches and shot him in the face?
Well,
we laugh about this with Batwoman, for goodness sake.
I was hoping you would bring it up because I didn't want to bring it up. The thing with Batwoman is every bad guy never goes for her open face, right?
Yeah.
And it might be like, yeah, but okay, but when you first meet Batman, you would just go for the chest, right? That's like, yeah, okay. But depending on how well known he is at that point and how many bullets are fired,
well, that's why he has the yellow. This is why I'm a big preponderant of the yellow symbol on Batman, because the reason why he wears the yellow symbol is it draws the eye of the enemy, because you have this dark suit and then you have this bright yellow emblem, and that emblem is the whole area is armored to fuck.
Right.
So it's meant to draw their lines. So, psychologically, they're drawn to shoot at the symbol because it's the brightest part. So that's the trick of the yellow symbol.
I got a question. Why do you think they haven't gone back to it? Because it's clearly the most it is the Batman brand. I mean, they still sell the stickers, they sell the shirt. Why don't they put it back on?
I don't know.
Rights issues, or
I don't know. Maybe a rights issue.
Because it's fucking stupid. I love it. I absolutely love it.
But there again, they had a recent. I mean, I think it's changed now, but they had a recent when Bruce is going to get a new costume. But now they've changed it again. It's going to have the yellow symbol, but the pants are gone again. So the pants are gone, and the yellow symbol's back, but it's the yellow symbol of when he was, when it was Batman Inc. So it's kind of like, instead of just a symbol, it's like a plaque on the chest. So it's kind of like, why don't you just fucking dark suit, dark blue, gray, yellow symbol, pants. It's not fucking hard.
It's not.
And someone in chat was like, you guys have a lot of experience with shooting then? It's like, I'm friends with Rags. He shoots everything all the time. And believe me, most of the stuff I've learned about guns at this point is actually from him. Like he gets frustrated all the time with Batwoman, right? Because they just don't aim for the obvious weak spot. And I just hope that this film doesn't have that, because I mean, how can we make fun of it in Batwoman and just stop for this because this looks cooler, you know?
I mean, there's a fantasy element. I mean, this isn't bragging, chat, but I have a lot of experience fighting, like just street fighting, like being on the streets and fucking throwing. I used to do it like it was an everyday occurrence for years to survive. So, and it's all bullshit in Hollywood. Nobody would survive half the hits they got. There is no 97-pound woman that would even affect a 300-pound man, no matter where she fucking punched him. That would even like it would be like the wind changing direction. It wouldn't take effect. It's okay. We can. It's a comic book movie. You can certainly suspend disbelief, but it's that verisimilitude and like. You know, if the artist is serious when they do think about stuff like that, they're going, when they think about, okay, we've got Catwoman up against a big brute. So Catwoman can beat him using her brain, using her environment, but not her strength. No. She might be able to get her claws in there or something like, and just hit him in the, freaking artery or something like that. There's something, but that, if you're a good filmmaker, you think about that shit.
For example, right, if he went through that scene and he beat them all up still, and then he recovers at the Batcave and he's got like scar or like little slits in his chin and stuff from shrapnel that would have spread off and bruises, I'd be like, this is cool. I like this. It's repercussions for the fact that he still has to take some punishment even if he has armor.
Well, we see a wounded Patterson. We do see his back when he's.
That's what I'm saying. I think do it. And this is the thing. If you want to say like, oh, don't be criticizing it because it's all fantasy anyway, I'd be like, well, no, because at the same time, I will praise it for showing that he gets a bruise instead of being like, hey, this is fantasy. Stop giving him bruises.
Yeah, I mean, and as far as the gunfire, I mean, like it's ridiculous to think that Batman, with even as good as he is, like without armor, like he'd get fucking shot. We know that. We know he'd get fucking shot. Somebody would just need to spray a room. Yeah, they'd fucking get him. So yeah, he's good, but he ain't that good. So if they at least with Nolan's Dark Knight, as much as I didn't like the aesthetic of the costume, they tried to make them make sense.
Yes,
they're like they really fucking tried to make them make sense, and I like that.
All the scenes with Lucius Fox, they're desperately trying to explain how this could happen in real life, basically. But
at least it's we've got to have a suspension of disbelief. We have to. It's impossible not to. So to at least give it a practical sense, sure. The armor, it's meant to be for the army, but it's too expensive because per individual it works out at so and so. And I thought that was really good. Yeah, I thought that was such a good idea that they put it and of course Lucius Fox saying, well, they didn't believe a soldier's life was worth that much, and it kind of had more weight to it as well. But with that sort of with that, so I did enjoy the way that they kind of put the bat suit together.
Comics were good about 10 years ago.
Yeah, once upon a time. Hey, want to see Superboy? Want to see a 17-year-old boy snog another 17-year-old boy?
No.
Neither do I.
Fucking Nova.
Neither do I.
Nova looks fucking awesome right there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a nice aesthetic, but I don't think it would be in. It's.
I just. I don't know. It's so amazing to look at, right? And it's just like we don't need to be excessive, though, especially with how grounded the film's going for. Have him, tank a couple shots. I want him to be outsmarting the fuck out of all these people instead of just being like, "Lol, you can't get me because I've got armor." It's like, okay.
They promised us a detective story. That's what they're saying. Yeah. Here's what everybody should be worried about. How far into DC fandom, and we'll get back to the trailer, but I just want to bring this up real quick. Did you guys get to the Batman Cape Crusader part? The animated series. They're Batman the animated series.
Yeah.
Jar Jar Abrams. It's going to be woke. It's going to be a woke Batman the animated series. Bruce Timm is not with Paul Dini. Yes, he's there, but he made sure to bring up that it would be he's all I'm going to do things that I can
for modern audiences.
I'm updating it for modern audiences. It's going to be more inclusive and diverse and have more adult themes in the story.
Man, JJ just keeps turning up, doesn't he?
I wish he would fucking turn off.
Here's JJ.
And even in the DC fandom, the chat was like clowns and people puking. And yeah, thankfully there was some sanity, but like that's sacred ground, like Lord of the Rings. You fuck with Batman, the animated series, and listen, they can't fuck with the original. They're just going to redo it, and it's going to be no Robin. But that's Jar Jar. They're making a Batman movie, and they're getting the guy who made the Batman movie to executive produce the animated series, which is essentially what they did with Batman Returns, because Batman Returns gave us Batman, the animated series. They came out, they coincided. I remember watching, I was in prison, and I watched the first episode on my little fucking 13-inch black and white TV on prime time.
I'll tell you what, if the Batman does well, if it's a great film and it does well, and I truly, truly hope it is, because Batman is my life, that's a great shot. That shot's great. The shot where he's covered in dirt is fucking brilliant. And they do a sequel, you know, the green light is sequel, and it gets a sequel. I want to see a 14-year-old Dick Grayson Robin. I want to see a boy wonder in a crazy man's world.
Do it.
I want to see a Robin. I definitely want to see a Robin, and I like this shot. I do. I think that it's a good shot.
We'll do it. I'm pretty sure that Schumacher is what makes everyone afraid of using Robin now. Like, because even Nolan didn't really touch it. He was just like, that guy, that might be Robin. Anyway, bye. Like, oh.
Well, I think there was always a stigma of how do you bring a brightly colored boy into this dark universe. And if you delve into the lore of Batman, it's actually quite a little bit sick, because the reason why Robin has a bright costume is Robin's meant to be really agile. He's the agile one, exceedingly agile. He's the one that's meant to draw the eye of the enemy while Batman gets into position to kick the shit out of them. So he's got the bright costume to attract them. Batman gets into position, then Batman hits, then Robin joins in the fight, or not, as the case may be. But that's the reason, that's the lore reason behind the brighter costume of Robin. And of course, Robin's a boy, and there's been, lots of discussion about, Batman's got to be mad. Bruce has got to be fucking mad to bring a boy into this world. And I think it's an interesting psychosis to look into. So, and if this Robert Pattinson's meant to be a little bit unhinged, trying to get to grips with his Robin, with his Batman, then it could be interesting to actually put a 14-year-old Robin with this Batman and see how that, see how a kid literally operates.
If his unhinged is something that comes out, like basically we saw them all in the trailer, like it comes out 4 times in the movie, that's fine. If it's just something that's always there, he's like spazzing out all the time, I'm gonna have a hard time with that. But we'll see how it's presented in the movie.
I'm putting money on it being more common than not. I feel like
I think so too. My expectations of Hollywood have lowered, so my opinions on this have softened greatly because we sat through last year. Enoch Mamon for $100 says thoughts on the Batman. He's young, like in Batman Begins. Suit is a combo of the Dark Knight and Arkham games, but is bulletproof, like in the Burton films. We have third Catwoman, second Penguin, second Riddler, and third Two-Face, not in trailer. Batmobile is lame. Seen it all. Thank you. A lot there. See, there's the real world, and if you're gonna that's what my take was on the first one. It's like, this is like the 6th time we've rolled out Batman. How about a Batman in his prime, where everything works?
Well, for a fact that they'll be taking this one forward if it's successful. And we could get, a Robert Pattinson Batman in his prime, right? Like we could get to the point.
I'd be okay with that.
Well, I noticed they changed. The premise used to be this was going to take place in the past, like 20 years ago, but it takes place present day in the alternate world of Earth. I think it's Earth 2. This is Earth 2 Batman.
Let me throw something at you, Gary. No disrespect, MauLer. It's just because Gary will know this.
That's all good.
And you probably won't, but you will soon because we'll make you read it.
Yeah.
I want to see Batman versus the Reaper. That's what I want. I want is the year 2 fucking Reaper.
Yes. I would love to see that adapted. I love fucking Batman Year 2. I
bring the Reaper out, bring that story out, put a gun on Batman, show a different side to the Dark Knight than we've ever seen. Show him hunting Shill. That could. I mean, the Reaper would be. You could. I mean, the costume they could do for the Reaper could be fucking fantastic.
Yep. Thank you, Anak Maman. Yeah, I mean, like we're seeing things for the second and third time, and in Catwoman, I mean, she looked good. I mean, I don't know. I want to see her with a proper mask on. I'd like to see her with the mask with the goggles. I like that one.
Yes,
the Darwin Cook
Batwoman. Yeah, Darwin Cook Batwoman is great. Catwoman is a great look. One of my favorite. I mean, I've got some fucking gorgeous Adam Hughes covers of that iteration of the Catwoman costume. Obviously, Darwin Cook started that run and then passed away, didn't he? And then later on in that run, Adam Hughes just did these mind-blowingly amazing covers of Catwoman in that outfit. Holy shit.
No, I love Darwin. Darwin Cook was...
Hold on, look, my Catwoman over there.
Yep.
There you go.
Darwin Cook was a
oh my God, they're all coming for me.
I got to see Darwin Cook original art because I was standing behind Darwin Cook at a Comic-Con. Oof. And that guy was a fucking genius. Like he was not like his art was just one line. Whew, whew. He, you know, like some artists, you know, sketch and stuff. His stuff was just one line. Boom, 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 boom. He was fucking good, and I miss him. I love his
Batman was incredible as well.
I loved it. Vera Day for 100 British pounds or euros? 100 British pounds, we'll say. Real money. That's real money, Vera Day. And they say, get yourself a girl.
Euros, you fucking ruffian. Pays pretty much the same exchange rate.
I'm a dumb American.
Fucking Americans. Jesus.
Get yourself a girl or a guy, no judgment, who yells your name the way Gary yells out, George! Thank you, Vera Day.
That's life advice.
I absolutely concur. So he said, Jesus Christ, that was like $2,000 worth of hot toys in that shot as.
Yep.
Well, there was a quarter scale Iron Man. There's a Mysterio. There's 6 Ahsoka Tano 501st. There's 2 regular 501st. There's 2 Coruscant security guards. There was a Frank Castle Punisher Iron Man, and there's a Doc Ock. Those are just the 1 in 6s. And then there was the Huntress statue, Catwoman statue, Batman statue, Batgirl statue. And that's just on that table there.
Well.
I got a fucking problem. And I love it.
It's the best problem.
Yeah.
Best problem to have.
Oh, do I want to bring that up? I'll bring it up later. I'll bring something up later. That reminds me of something. You know, if we're defined by our detractors, we need better detractors. We really do. We got a lot of work to do. We do. Okay.
Better enemies.
Yeah, we need better fucking enemies because our enemies are dumb as fucking bag hammers. It's kind of funny.
If they're a reflection on us, then fuck, we're screwed.
Yeah, we're fucking screwed.
Dope. Well, the MauLer plushies are, I think, coming in December.
December 3rd, I think, is what it said on the thing.
There you go.
I'll be getting my orders coming in as well, so I'll let everyone know.
Oh yeah, another thing as well. There of the things you've seen before. Riddler allowed himself to get captured, just like Joker allowed himself to get captured in The Dark Knight. So there was a lot of elements in this trailer. I was just like, we've seen this before in other Batman films.
I want to caution people. This is a Jar Jar Abrams disciple, not just any disciple, his best friend. his best friend.
And like, oh man, I held out a little bit of hope that it was mainly going to be puppeteering, like you can never quite catch the Riddler until he, foils a particular thing. But like, really, we're doing the prison. He's going to break out of prison, isn't he, in the second act?
He'll break out of prison.
You want to talk about? I think it's also going to have a little bit of a Joker thing to it, and we'll get to that part in the trailer. I think.
I would not be surprised if the after credits scene, assuming they have an after credits scene, fucking there's a Joker card.
Thomas Wayne's going to be crooked.
Okay,
I think.
Okay, what if the Joker turns out to be Joaquin Phoenix?
I've heard people talk about that. Man.
If it's a good movie and they bring in Joaquin Phoenix and he's not the Joker from the Joker movie, but he's a Joker. Cool
he's that Joker, but it's not necessarily a sequel to Joker. You know what I mean? So it looks aesthetically similar. Blah 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 blah.
With that, because I think Joaquin Phoenix makes a fucking great Joker. He does. So
I agree with that.
People go no. Well, we got a yes. We got a yes. Then we got a no.
Okay.
I don't even want a sequel. I don't want to. That film, I just want it to be on its own.
No, same. But I'm just
blankets.
When it was made that much money.
Yeah,
we're fantasizing like we live in a different timeline, not in this timeline. I don't want any of this in this timeline.
Yeah.
Because Joker,
Gary, you missed a Polly Minions super chat.
I will go back again. I've got to get a.
Bruce Campbell's Clayface. That'd be
many to get to, Applemy Minion. I will get to you in just a second, but we need to do a Knockmamon. I have been watching for $50. I have been watching a lot of reaction videos lately. There is something about watching sheltered 20-year-olds desperately choking back their vomit while they watch The Thing or The Fly that fills me with sadistic glee. Does that make me a bad person? No.
Dude, that's
two great films as
well.
That's
reassuring to me that those films have a much more endearing legacy to the point where you can watch them as a millennial or whatever else and be fucking grossed out by how just, man, The Thing and The Fly.
There's the silver. What's it called? The silver something.
Silver Centurion, and then Agent, and there's the Black Bucky.
You know that they've released for pre-order the Silver Centurion 1 in 6.
No
suit up version. So it's the suit up version. So he's like transforming into the.
I want that
Silver Centurion. I'll get you a link.
That comic book version. I want that comic book version. The 1/6 scale.
It's a hot toy, so it's been. It's been
got that weird
toyed with for a modern, because it was utilized in Iron Man 3, so they use those versions.
Yeah, they're coming out with a comic book sideshow, a comic book version one, but it's got some weird.
Yeah, I've got on pre-order.
Yeah, I do too. I got it in because I think the freaking 70s comic book version, like the one that was on the Mego, that was it. So
it does look good. It's meant to be a shield, apparently. It's meant to be like shielding around Iron Man.
Yeah, and that was weird. That's can like we talked about this. I emailed them and I said, "Could you take that off?" X-Ray Go, could you pull up Apple Emmy's Minion Super Chat? I'm not seeing it on our list. I'm sure it's there, but I'm not seeing it on our list. But in the meantime, we'll talk about Batman until I pull.
Yes.
All right. So, yeah.
No
bueno.
There's this scene, right? What have you done? And he's gonna break out of the prison again. Let's get to the. There's Catwoman, who says, "I can take care of myself." So they made sure to tell us that the woman is independent, just in case you weren't sure. It's like, oh, this is going to be a subservient woman. She's going to be in Batman's kitchen, barefoot.
That is Selena Kyle, though.
Yes, of course. It's just listen, there's two statements in this trailer that are pretty much said in every superhero movie. A girl will say, I can take care of myself. And then somebody will go, what are you under this mask? It's like staring into my own reflection. We're not so different, you and I.
You are not so different, you and I. Yeah. Two sides of the same coin.
Blah, 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 blah.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, dude. The silhouette shot back here where's the one where
that is a beaut shot.
fucking, Zoe Kravitz is hot. I mean, like,
I prefer her mom.
her mom was hotter. Yeah. So we
I
got
just put in the private chat the link. You should probably have.
I think Colin Farrell's hot.
That is amazing makeup on Colin Farrell. Come on. That's a great looking penguin, I think.
Oh,
And it's a really good looking penguin. I mean, not good as in woo. Would you like to hold hands? But I think it's a great interpretation.
I was curious what you guys thought about Penguin because, like, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. I think I just want to see him in action.
It's like the 90s Iceberg Lounge penguin, which is when he was like a crime lord. And more, didn't look as like grotesque like Danny DeVito's. He was just more, short, fat, big nose, liked to wear dapper clothing. So yeah, I quite you can tell he's got a fat suit on though. Yeah, I think that's incredible. I mean, I would never guess that was Colin Farrell. Never. It's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either. And the accent he's doing too.
What? Oh yeah, take it easy, sweetheart. Well, that's it. In the Arkham games, they turned Penguin Cockney. He's a Cockney in the Arkham video games.
remember these from the 90s? You had to stare at them and you'd see something.
Oh yeah. It's like Magic Eye.
Yeah.
Used to take me ages to do it.
Do these things, man. I think I kind of see it.
I can remember we all got Magic Eye books for Christmas one year, and my brother and my sister could do it like pretty much immediately, and I couldn't do it, and it took me hours, and then after hours and hours, it suddenly went boom, and I was like, I got it, I can see how to, and then you can work, kind of like you have the technique to do it more.
Yep. There was such a good run of Captain America when Mark Waid and Garney, I hate to say, Mark Waid, a fucking moron. But he did this great run of Captain America back in the fucking 90s. It was so fucking good. Him and Garney.
When he wasn't a fucking spacktard.
Or we didn't know he was a freaking
psycho spacktard.
But yeah, it wasn't like SJW Captain America. It was fucking badass. Oh well. Those days are gone. So I think this is a way to ground Penguin more. I would much rather see the comic book version. This is fine. And I think the makeup's really good.
Yeah.
And I think he has the New Yorkish accent.
Yeah.
Fucking really good.
Gotham's New York, so
Yeah. So I was impressed by it. That's the one thing. Though I was impressed by the music. The shots were pretty impressive. Where he's like on his line and he goes right by the window. That was fucking cool.
Oh, that was yeah. That's really cool.
That's
good. That's Batman shit, man. That's Batman shit.
Yeah, that's something I've been waiting to see. It's going to be very difficult for this movie to be different, but it just needs to be good. I wouldn't even trip that much on being different. I would worry way more about being.
I've got to have a look at the trailer again. Did we get or did I fucking dream this or imagine this? Did we get a frame? What looks like Court of Owls masks?
I heard somebody mention that. I don't know. I thought that was just that gang. Or does anybody know where that frame is? And I'll find it.
I could try and go through the thing, but I thought it was like a frame where they were wearing Court of Owl masks. That looks awesome, by the way, I think. Well, he's clearly been in literally some fucking shit has been happening. Just leave it on the doorstep! Thank you! Amazon delivery driver.
Leave it on the doorstep.
Thank you! I could be dreaming. Was I dreaming this? I wonder if Azrael would be in any of the sequels. Well, you would have to. I mean, if Azrael was in, you'd have to have like. I mean, that would have to be an arcing story. I'd imagine.
Oh, Andy Serkis as Alfred.
Yeah. Great actor.
I feel like as well, it could be maybe a more agile, and maybe we can see Alfred doing a bit more engineering, and we're getting into the thick of it. Not that it's fine if he was just giving advice and and fatherly sort of like a surrogate relationship, but it'd be cool to see if he gets more involved.
I'm gonna say something slightly not slightly controversial at all. I need to see more of the Batmobile because I think I actually might quite like it.
Ooh,
I love that shot.
That's a great shot.
I don't, but it's not going to take my enjoyment away.
I'm fine with it. I don't really. It doesn't do anything for me. It just looks. It makes me think of Mad Max, the car.
Yeah. It's just there's something. I don't know. It just kind of works for this version. It just. I don't know. I need to see more of it, but it depends. It could look pretty cool when you get a proper look at it. That's I love that. I mean, I think the cinematography has been phenomenal for this.
Yep.
This scene could be the end of the movie.
Yeah.
You just don't fucking know. This could easily be the end of the movie. And they're kind of doing a little bit of Gary, the end of Hush.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dude. Do you remember?
I can go, hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Oh,
it's gonna go get
it's gonna get probably the graphic novel or something. But the end of Hush has a great. Don't want to ruin it for you because I'm going to send it to you, MauLer. But it has in it a really, really clever ending with Catwoman. Really clever ending with Catwoman.
Does she do a sexy?
She's always sexy in it.
Mm-hmm.
The whole. I can't say because it's all revealed within Hush, and the ending is just. I think it's an ending that you, as somebody who likes nuance, you would be very, very happy with.
All right, I'm on board. Yeah.
Magnum has a much better car. Magnum PI, hell yeah. No, I just think there's something. I do think there's just something quite sleek about that Batmobile, and yeah, sure, it's not a. It's not an ostentatious one that he normally has, but I don't know. There's just something about it. If I get a proper look at it, it could look kind of cool because it reminds me of the Batmobile that was being utilized when probably around about the early 90s when Norm Brayfogle and Jim Aparo were doing the art. There was a Batmobile which kind of is similar to that. So I'm thinking about it for the purposes of 1 in 6 hot,
That's what it all comes back to.
Yeah, Jazz Inc. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's up. I'm getting something.
No problemo.
I'm getting something from a friend.
Oh,
right. So you're talking very end, right?
It's pretty much. Oh, don't show. Because I've hyped it to MauLer about a very clever ending between Batman and Catwoman.
Yeah.
But You know what I'm talking about when it's there, you know. Yeah.
Oh, they could. You know what? I bet.
And you know, I'm just thinking, what if it was sort of played in here a little bit?
I think it will be, considering the previous page. Not word for word, but I think it will be put in. That's fucking awesome. I love Hush. Here's the final issue. And you, MauLer is getting that from you, right? So
yeah, I'm gonna send him the. I've got Hush in comic form. I've also got it in graphic novel form, but I haven't even opened the graphic novel. It's still, I think, shrink wrapped. So I'm just gonna send that as well. With,
this has so much meaning to me, because this was my first best-selling comic at the comic shop.
Woof.
Yeah, this was like I realized how one comic book can carry a comic book shop, or how basically I worked it out. It was like 25 titles carried the whole store. Everything else was just one or two issues here sold to like individuals. I was really big on subscriptions. So somebody would list of comics to pull and I would pull it for them.
Did you see what James Tinian said?
Oh God, what now?
Well, no, it's interesting actually. He said that he actually got a hug from his editor because his run on Batman actually made money.
Oh, so they weren't making money before.
No, I don't think on Tom King's tanking Batman. No, but yeah, he turned, because he got a hug. So he turned Batman's sales around, and they started making some money back again with Batman. I'm sure that they made some with Tom King, obviously, but no, he turned that sinking ship around. And I don't, and I mean, we know what the score is. DC and Marvel are fucked. I mean, if they didn't have the backings of Disney and AT&T, they're fucked. And when AT&T dispose of DC, fucking hell, who the fuck knows what's going to happen then?
Contraction. I mean, that's what's been slowly happening to the comic book industry anyway, is contraction. People are making less money. They're going to have to go out to do this independent thing. And then they're going to find out that this independent thing is a lot of fucking work. And you either got to hire some really good people around you, or, and now we're well past the gold rush stage of it. So a bunch of people are doing it. You're in heavy competition. And now it gets to the meritocracy.
Oh, they hate that bit.
Oh yeah. Are you consistent and good?
Hey, that sounded like something somebody would say at college before you fuck.
Yeah.
Are you consistent and good? I will hire you for fucking.
I'm a little bit drunk.
Oh, this junk.
A little bit drunk. I'll tell you that. A little bit drunk. Okay.
I got these taped up.
I would very much like to disappoint you in bed.
Oh. I would say the best modern Marvel crossover. Right here, baby. Right.
Annihilation.
Yeah. Dude, really fucking good. Okay, back to the Batman. Let me read a couple super chats and we'll get back to the Batman trailer. Did we find that one? I cannot find Apple Emmy's Minion super chat. Huh. Maybe it didn't go through. Maybe it didn't go through. Tell Truck Dog I said hi.
Yay. I saw Truck Dog.
Truck Dog.
Footage of Truck
Dog. Zala Chai for $10 says, everyone should use Minds instead of Twitter. I started a chat room there called the FNT Gang. Oh, hey, spread the word. People have been asking me, there's a Discord, there's a Nerdrotic Discord. If you want to go start a chat for FNT anywhere, by all means, we highly recommend it. We love it when you share, like you guys eating your food, like sharing your spirits or your food in front of a screen on Twitter or Minds, and I'll retweet, I'll whatever you post it on mines. Twitter, we go through waves of this, don't we? But it's such a fucking cesspool of retardation. It's really and it's there's a good way to avoid it, right? I don't engage. You guys engage once in a while, but I know you do it for fun, and you do it to make a point, which is good. It's not just like blatant engagement. It's I'm going to do this to make a point and maybe make an example out of this person. And I do that once in a while too. But I got some real hardcore data on how much sharing your video on Twitter actually helps. And it's not at all.
I figured that, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you guys know that they even like push any tweet that has a video link in it, they usually push down anyway on Twitter.
Zdenek Tomas for 100 Czechoslovakian pesos. Hi, Gary. We both like the Song of Ice and Fire, but since I discovered Joe Abercrombie, I am no longer thinking Martin is so talented. Please check those out, especially Shattered Sea and First Law trilogies. Oh, I will. Because you're not the first person to recommend Joe Abercrombie. Nova Zero for 10 Australian dollars.
Love his clothes.
Meanwhile, in Abercrombie and Finch, in anime, there's World's End Harem. Virus wipes out all the men except for 5 men who live because the MS they have weirdly makes them immune. The MS. Or MS, multiple sclerosis, maybe, or friend told me about it when I was diagnosed. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I got it. I mean, not that that's cool, but I they put that in the story. Well, that's great.
Fucking listen to Dave Chapelle over here. Fucking hell.
I know, right? Did you see that trans comedian defend Dave Chapelle?
Yes.
And she wasn't the only one, and many of them are out there. That's what needs to happen to stop this shit. They need to start calling out their own, because it's going to get to a point where you're not making any friends here. You're making enemies.
They don't want friends. They want victimhood.
Exactly. But you don't want enemies who were originally people who just didn't care. Because that's what you want. You want people not to care. That's normal. Because most normal people just don't care about everything in the world. They don't have fucking time for it. I don't have time to care about every single solitary thing in this world. I'm running my life, and I don't want to impede on yours. And as long as you're not impeding on mine, I don't care. When you start telling me how to fucking talk, you're impeding on my life, and now we have a problem where we didn't have a problem before.
But Dave Chappelle's, he's saying the magic word. No.
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 We're canceling you. No.
Sounds racist to me, this whole no thing. You better stop it.
Cancel culture. Take the L.
Transphobic.
Take the L.
Take the L, cancel culture.
Just take the L. Yeah. Just take the L. And Chong-Chi can take that 25 mil profit.
The 6th lowest grossing Marvel Cinematic Universe film is an absolute triumph.
Absolute triumph.
Oh, and make sure to stay for those credit scene because it's about the next thing. Jangle those keys.
Oh, that's already been said in the Eternals. One of the reviewers.
Yeah.
It was just like glow, 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 and oh my god, those end credit scenes are game changers.
Oh man, I'm so fucking tired of that.
Oh, it's just like I hate the Marvel universe now. I hate it.
Yeah, we'll finish this real quick. Hit that article.
It's not even out, but get excited for the next.
So Catwoman can take care of herself.
Mm-hmm.
We got a spazzy Batman. The cinematography looks good. The music, I thought, what did you think of the
music's
soundtrack?
great. Absolutely great. When it ramps up, it's always have a good ramping up music. It's always good to have a ramping up. By the end, yeah.
I love bombastic stuff like that.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Gets the heart pumping.
Okay, so he looked good there. There's the Batmobile.
See, I mean, it could look cool. It could look cool.
It's not terrible. It's just, it's cool. It's fine. It's just not my favorite one.
Serial killer live streams over on Twitch, getting his tits out.
Oh god, there might be some
That
comments.
Riddler costume, by the way, is terrifying. It's great. I want a meeting of the minds.
So where do you think you saw the Court of Owls thing when she was walking in the party?
I thought I saw like a group, and it was like a red background, and I don't know if I'm
like that.
I think that's where he's fighting the gang. But I don't know. Maybe I imagined it. I don't know. I thought I saw someone in a Court of Owls mask.
Oh no!
That's
Brum, 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 brum.
bruh.
Where? Okay, like maybe this situation here where she's doing a little eyes wide shut. Maybe.
Who's she after? Penguin?
Maybe.
Is that the Iceberg Lounge? Is that the Iceberg Lounge?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, those red goggles. Come on.
Yep. The Batman. The Batman.
The
I got you. I got
imagine
you.
it. The chat will tell me. Did I imagine?
I heard somebody mention it before, so I don't think somebody mentioned Court of Owls. So it might be. I heard somebody say there's a little too much in this. Apparently, the Harvey Dent's going to be in this too.
Apparently,
yeah. So there's a little bit too much going on, but it might be they're just introduced. Hey, dude, I would like nothing more that like Marvel is ripe for the picking right now. They are weak. They're making shit. And if you just come out and make a Batman movie that's not filled with identity politics, it's just filled with action and Batman shit, it will do very fucking well.
I want this to be great. I really, really, from the bottom of my fucking heart, want this to be great.
Yep. I do.
But
too.
I gotta see more. And I guess that's the good thing because I've seen the trailer and I'm not, and I don't think I think I'm missing quite a bit and I need to see it. So there you go. I need to pay my money and go fucking see it.
It doesn't tell you a lot.
It's only 4 months away.
It's only 4 months away.
Not long. Not long at all.
It's been done for a while.
Gotham Knights trailer. Am I confusing it with the Gotham Knights trailer? Maybe I'm confusing trailers. Thanks, chat. Cheers, chat.
Hollywood.
God, that Cowboy Bebop fucking trailer looks dog shit.
Eternals first reactions.
Hey, did you see the private chat link? This is the Silver Centurion.
Yeah, I did. It's pre-ordered. It's pre-ordered.
That's the suit up version though. It doesn't all click in.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good. First reactions to close out Eternal.
Oh my god, I'm right now.
You guys just don't believe this film's gonna be incredible for some reason. I just don't get it.
I think it's gonna be the best film ever made, and it's gonna make the biggest grossing box office that any film has ever done.
After you see it, your bunions are going to go away. Your hemorrhoids are going to go away.
Oh, thank God! My hemorrhoids have been itching like fuck recently.
You'll be immune to the coof and cancer.
Yes. And AIDS.
And AIDS.
Everyone's got AIDS.
Team America is such a great movie. Everybody needs to watch it.
We could really use Team America right now. Like
That's what we need to do. We need to kidnap the woke fuckers and do a what's it? Oh fucking hell. Orange. Stanley Kubrick. Clockwork Orange. We need to do a Clockwork Orange and just strap them down and open their eyes and get them to watch stuff like Team America and Tropic Thunder and stuff like that
They'll
until they've been
explode.
cured. I realize the mistake I made being woke. It's actually funny, but I've been so stuck on my own ass. Please, let me go.
You know, some of these people, I do wonder, be like, hey, you said some similar things about Shang-Chi. I could picture being like, huh? What film?
Chong, what?
So which one's that? It's like, it's the one with the dragon.
Chong, what? Who?
And they're like, oh, the one
They
with
wouldn't
the
have heard of Cheech and Chong. Who am I kidding?
Hey, Apple Emmy's Minion. Member chat was found. It says, hello, Gary, Az, and MauLer. Gary, congrats on selling your house. Thank you. As email an address that I can send you your Batman. MauLer, say hi to Rags.
Hi, Rex.
All right.
Apple Emmy's Minion, you can send it to, if Az is having trouble with the P.O. box, you can send it to me and I'll send it to Az. I'll send it to Az directly.
And email me though with your PayPal details and tell me how much you spent on postage so far, so I can compensate you for your postage.
Yeah, and I'll take care of the postage from America to Az. Apple Emmy's Minion. So we'll get it to him. We will get it to him, and thank you for trying. You're awesome. We love you, and say hi to Truck Dog. Guidus for $20 says, hail gents, do any of you have a must-watch film for Halloween? Personally, the season isn't complete without a viewing of Young Frankenstein. Well, I agree on that note. MauLer, I know like Halloween is your season. It's like your favorite holiday. What's your must-watch movie or movies or thing?
So like I do have something different every year because I just watch shit tons of films. I love like loads of horror. I'm big into horror. Unfortunately, it's also got loads of crap in it, and that's what ends up being the ones we actually record for EFAP. Not good Halloween movies, but stuff like The Predator as a series, that could be considered Halloween-y, I guess, just because it's horror. That's the problem. It's like a shared sort of thing. I don't have a definitive like Halloween movie that I think of, and I still wonder if Nightmare Before Christmas counts as a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie. It's a hard one. Maybe it's the movie, the one that brings us all together.
It's both.
Yeah, I think you could look at it both. But there's just, as long as you're with buddies and you're watching some classic or hilariously bad or whatever horror, do some fun stuff throughout the month. That's my requirement for the month of Halloween. Not any particular movie, because I like doing different ones every year.
How about you, Az?
I like to watch some generic trash slasher. Nothing particular. I do like a Halloween though. I do like to watch Halloween.
Yeah, Halloween's fun on Halloween. I like
Michael Myers' sister. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. Michael Myers' sister.
I don't know. I think I've watched E.T. on Halloween in the past.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because there's a Halloween scene in E.T. But as far as like it's Nightmare Before Christmas, or I usually watch like some Twilight Zone. We can never have an excuse not to watch the Twilight Zone. Am I the biggest horror fan in the world? No, but I would watch like Return of the Living Dead or some of the other 80s because I fucking love that movie. Love it.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching that. I used to love like Outer Limits and stuff. Just as a sci-fi just as a sci-fi series of. I miss those days,
dude. When you could just they were so all the back when you could just tell a story in a half an hour, but now you can't. Now it's got to be serialized or racial or something. It's like they bring back Twilight Zone and it got canceled. about as quick as Y the Last Man did. But yeah, on Halloween, if I was I would probably watch something like Dreamscape or Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, Dreamscape.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Love that movie. Cornelius Brunius for $20 says, why the last man was trapped in a woke paradox. If they killed off all the men and not the Transformers, they would acknowledge there's two sexes. But if they killed the Transformer men as well, it'll be phobic. No win situation. Yep. That's what happens. You let this wolf in the door. So now you got to pay the price. And you're right. It's a woke paradox. It is when wokes collide.
But yeah, I mean, you want to play identity politics with Why the Last Man? Good luck, because all the shit and it's shit that you're espousing gets fucking called out by biology,
by the science you keep telling us to follow.
Yes.
By the way,
you keep saying follow the science, believe in the science, believe the science. Well, you fucking can start believing in it, because it's very convenient when the science doesn't work for you, and then you suddenly feel like changing a few things.
Oh my God, you want to see something really problematic, guys?
Oh, hell yeah.
You want to see something really Look what they did to that's the Falcon. Oh my God.
Oh my, who's that foxy chick?
That's the queen of the werewolves right there.
Oh.
Nightshade.
She can tear my clothes off.
Queen of the werewolves, huh?
Is she the queen of the werewolves? Or is, oh my,
maybe Falcon's the queen of the werewolves.
She could be my queen anytime. She's got to have the holster on.
Oh yeah. Well, for a little bit.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Comics are no, she's got to keep the holster on.
The whole time.
The whole time.
I'm shooting from the hip. Yeah. If you're not careful, so will I.
Now let's get this off me. All right, yeah. One more super chat, and then we'll get into these wonderful fucking reviews here. Hail the Big British Channel. What a fantastic few days of awesome stuff. Dave Chapelle being the best, woke losers getting mad, Batman trailer looked cool, and for me, I got my #1 of Spawn. Let's hope this streak keeps up. Byron Luke, that's great. I'm glad you had a good week. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You got your Spawn.
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of wonderful and absolute triumphs and stuff, we got the Hollywood Reporter. Aaron Couch, these are all blue check marks who were given early access to the Eternals. Wow, a lot to unpack. If Marvel films are a Venn diagram, variations within that overlap, this movie is off the charts, hands down the most different of any of their films.
Well, thank goodness.
This is crazy that film 26 is the best film.
It's so different.
Who would have thought it? They just spent 25 movies perfecting this one, because the latest movie is best movie. Wow, blown away.
Yep.
I need to see it. I'm buying tickets right now.
When's it coming out again?
I have no fucking idea.
I want to see Ghostbusters. That's the only one I want to fucking see.
Na 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 na.
No.
November 5th. So a couple weeks. Marvel's Eternal, and you know why they released it this early? Because I've heard the movie's absolute shit, but it's filled with identity politics, so they have no fear of any critic really going after this early.
Well, going back to Aaron Couch, what exactly did he say?
I think he said it's different. But
it's the most different of any of the films. Would that, it can mean anything?
He said, if Marvel movies are a Venn diagram. Well, what if I said, what if Marvel movies were a Tesla line? Then this one would be the truck that's not released yet. I don't fucking know. I don't know what it means. The movie is off the charts.
What charts? Charts of good, charts of bad.
Dude, gosh.
And then he says, hands down, it's the most different.
Well, thank fuck. We need something different.
Well, you definitely need something different when it comes to Marvel. I'll give them
I want to
that.
go to my pre-established brand that's known for a certain thing and not see the thing I go for. You know, that's what I look to. Worked out well for Rian Johnson, didn't it? Marvel's Eternals is spectacularly weird and rich with new MCU mythology that makes it feel separate from everything else. It's honestly refreshing. There's a
It don't mean good.
Yes, it's refreshing that it doesn't feel like a Marvel movie. It's different. It's honestly refreshing. There's a bittersweetness to the film that you feel in its sunset shots. Oh, my MauLer. I got to tell you, man, I have been waiting to go to a Marvel movie with sunset shots, man.
I've never seen a sunset myself because I stay inside all the time. So
Well, you got your mask on, too.
yeah,
You can't really see them.
thank goodness they're finally bringing that to us.
1,000 years from now, before you
Finally.
die, take your mask off, and I want to see you with my own eyes.
I want to see with my own eyes before I die.
Tell your sister she's a bitch. No.
Yeah. I love that. I love it.
There's a bittersweetness to the film that you feel in its sunset shots. A definite Chloe Zhao touch. It is soulful and thoughtful. So I'm going to watch that movie that she won an Academy Award for. I did watch 20 minutes of it, and I think there's like 5 minutes of dialogue in the first 20 minutes. There's like, they set up the fact that and then she goes and fucking looks at shit for a while and drives around, and there's lots of long, scenes of nature, and hey, this is a beautiful country I live in. I like to see it cinematically, especially fucking Southwest is gorgeous, but I could go do that on my own. I don't need to go to a movie theater to do that. Eternals is surprising, epic, beautiful, yet dense. It's
Dense, that could be insulting.
Dense. Are you calling me fat? It takes some big swings. Sometimes it feels like a DC film, not a criticism. Other times feels like no other superhero movie ever because it's different.
It's different from what I hear. Yeah,
I wish I wish I had a glowing quick reaction to offer, but I'm left with more complex thoughts. Peter Soretta is so complex that he couldn't even
Critique a film.
explain his complexity about his complexedness.
About 10 people dressed up in spandex.
This man looks like a Cuties fan right here.
I think he looks more like a pedophile.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? Just a Cuties fan or maybe a Fredo?
I mean, just from the picture, I'm just judging the picture. I'm sure Scott's not. But when Scott is arrested by the FBI, that will be his mugshot.
And I won't be surprised. Eternals flirts with being just a superhero movie, but barely. Gets by on scale, a few affable actors, and some eventual intrigue. At its best, it almost plays like Marvel playing at DCE in the DCEU sandbox, but coasting on comparatively generic superhero archetypes. Like you mean the last 3 movies?
Yeah.
And 3 TV series?
Is it just me, or are these very nice words from all these people? This is fucking boring.
Yeah.
Really boring.
Tessa Smith, Mama's Geek, says,
"Oh, this is the dumb." Okay, I mean, this is the wonderful person.
I really want to. I want to go to her Twitter account right now. Hang on, just to see it.
those end credits scenes like game changers.
Oh my god! It's a master. It's. I'm sorry. Eternals is a freaking masterpiece.
Oh my god!
With adrenaline right from the start, but also filled with lots of heart and humor. So many MCU firsts. Your mind will be blown. Nods to comics, but a totally unique story. Those end credits are game changers. Mama's geek. I don't want to judge. Have you read the Kirby comics? Did you go and buy the back issues? You go read that comic book series that was canceled back in the 70s by Jack Kirby? Canceled. With the sweeping visuals by Chloe Zhao and the ensemble filled with actors that feel destined for the MCU, Eternals is unlike any other Marvel movie. So many great twists, and the chemistry of the cast really makes this movie one to watch. So it's a movie, there's a cast in it, and you need to watch it.
I'm learning a lot.
I love tweet reviews. They're so good.
That's so compelling.
They're so good. Get that 148 characters in there, bitch.
That's Nora Dominic. And then there's Lara, a ghost. Just got out of the Eternals. I have never been so invested in a story. Cinematically beautiful.
Okay, as soon as somebody says something as hyperbolic as that, I'm out. You've lost me with that stupidity. You'll say this is the most... Fuck off.
So this no other movie has done it for him.
Nobody does it better than Eternals.
Oh,
makes me feel sad for the rest.
I am heartbroken.
Woman, hear me roar.
Well, wait. I went to go look at her Twitter.
You blocked
followers she has in.
You blocked.
I'm blocked.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I don't even know this person.
Yeah, you're a monster. So.
What is this? It's here.
It's circle. E-circle. Probably got a blockchain.
Well, they're not coming up on the search, which means that I normally.
Here, I'll copy. I don't fucking get it. I mean, I don't care, but there you go.
Okay, let's.
Blocked by this.
Why you? What? What is this travesty?
I don't know.
What is this travesty? Here, okay. I am not blocked, but I'm sure that'll change very quickly.
It probably will. Okay, just got out of the Eternals. I've never been so invested in a story. It was cinematically beautiful. I was engaged the entire time. There's a lot to ingest, but they do such a great job in the process of it all. This feels so different from the MCU, like its own universe. I loved it. All right. So it's not an MCU film.
Well,
here's everybody's favorite, Steve Weintraub. Steve Weintraub, one of the purveyors of toxic fandom, really loves to call out the toxic fandom. Doesn't like you guys. Doesn't like me. Doesn't like you.
Oh wow.
Oh well. I'm not blocked by him though, which is good. My favorite part of the Marvel movies is how they consistently manage to find new ways to tell their stories.
What?
Not really. It's kind of a formula.
If you say so.
Steven knows best. He has a blue check mark.
Eternals is beautifully shot and looks very different. than previous MCU films. Story surprised me with some of the twists and turns. The two after the credit scene are fire.
Thumbs up, fire.
Fire.
So you didn't have anything to say about the film apart from looks different and beautifully shot with a story that surprised you.
And look at the credit scenes.
But yeah, and another one that just says, go to the end credit scenes, get ready for the next movie, even before this movie's come out. Get hyped for the next movie before this movie's come out. Get hyped for the next movie.
Oh, listen to this one. Brian Davids. You guys ready for this one? Eternals is perhaps the most ambitious Marvel movie ever made.
Oh my God.
God.
Oh my God.
They don't even take risks anymore in terms of ambition for Marvel. That's all. First phase had to do that for you guys. Like, they didn't know that they were going to be hyper successful. They had to work for it. You guys get to have free audience, basically.
Shang-Chi, at least 100 million of its take is just brand strength, just people going. And probably will never think about the movie again. And you're right, that's a foundation built by Thor, Captain America.
Oh no, read the rest of that tweet.
Oh yeah. But the highest compliment I can pay is that it's not a Marvel movie; it's a Chloe Zhao movie. I'm like,
oh no.
And it won't be available in China, so they really need to do well. So they're already like, this is tracking higher than Shang-Chi. We got $100 million.
Well, I mean, the tracking is better. Tracking better than Shang-Chi and tracking better than Black Widow.
Well, does that? I mean, so just I don't know.
So it means it's going to be the bestest, marvelous movieist ever.
Right.
So Venom did what, 90 million in a weekend?
90 million, yeah.
90 million. Venom.
Shang-Chi did 75.
Did you guys see Venom yet?
Nope.
No, I've got no interest at all.
Yeah, it's not like if people liked it and you had fun, that's totally cool. It's not a well-made movie. It's
if it gets on Amazon, I'll watch it. You know.
Yeah. Watch it. I mean, they repurposed the credit scene, dude. They repurposed they just reused fucking Spider-Man footage at the end, which I just thought, holy shit, they don't give a fuck anymore. Eternals is probably the most shocking and surprising Marvel movie you'll see. Many twists and turns. Kumail,
twists and turns. How many times has that been said?
Yeah, I know, which means it's going to be predictable as fuck. Kumail Nanjiani is hilarious in every scene. As always, stay to the very end, says Kristen Acuna.
Get hyped for the next movie before this movie's come out.
I mean, we're already done with the Eternals. Hype over.
Yeah. It's not even out and we're already done. Watch the end credits and then get excited. Don't even bother. Fucking different. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Scott Menzel. Womenzels.
Eternals is Marvel's version of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Oh, Snyder fans are gonna fucking what? Where's Mikey Gusler? A film that builds upon a cast of unknown characters and because Batman and Superman, nobody knew who the fuck they were.
Who the fuck are Batman, Superman, The Flash, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman? Who are these people? These fucking unknowns.
You know what? Cyborg too. Everybody knew the fuck Cyborg was because of the fucking Teen Titans cartoon. Come on. So
Go Teen.
Yeah, just like a DC movie, except not. A film that built upon a cast of unknown characters and does so with great success. Chloe Zhao. Direction is superb. Easily one of the best looking Marvel films of all time. Insane post-credit scenes too.
Oh my god. Oh my right. This is getting okay. Bullshit. I'm calling fucking bullshit that they are not given points to mention in their fucking tweets because all we've heard is beautifully shot and fucking end credit scenes.
This is what I mean, man.
It's repeated and repeated and repeated.
This needs to be tracked, like with every event movie, like because there's always they all say the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's always a different thing though. Like
It's
as
an absolute triumph. It's an absolute triumph. It's an absolute triumph. It's an absolute triumph.
Yeah, because nobody was talking about how incredible it looked for a Shang-Chi. They were all talking about the triumph thing, but this time around, it's like we're talking strictly about the director's vision and how much different it is. It's the selling point, I
They are
guess.
absolutely told what talking points to put in their fucking tweets. And some are just a little less subtle than others. And when you get enough compiled like this, you start to see a very distinct pattern.
We're seeing the strings.
Yes, we are seeing behind the curtain here.
Yeah.
Joe,
Peeking behind the curtain.
Joseph Deckelmeyer Black Live.
Sorry.
This is Black Live right there.
Oh, Black Live. Yeah, Black Live.
I didn't know how much the Eternals. I didn't know much about the Eternals going in. Listen, nobody did.
Nobody does.
I want to hear. I want to hear about all of these Eternals fans that can't wait to see Icarus that I just looked up on Icarus, Ajax, and Durasty. Big fan, lifelong fan.
Favorite ones.
He's my favorite.
Yeah. He, she, they are my favorite.
He's the gay one. I love them the best.
Yeah.
Both of them.
I'm pleasantly surprised. I needed up carrying all of the Eternals. Chloe Zhao did a brilliant job. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. Right
English, not first language.
Yeah. Eternals is a whole lot of a movie. It's shot with massive scope, looking visually different and more intimate than anything else Marvel. It has laughs, great surprises. There's that again.
I'm so glad it has laughs.
I didn't want to
It's
go
that different. It's that different. Looks different. Looks different. Looks different. Looks
different. And heart to go with the gigantic, crowded story it unpacks. Chloe Zhao has a really unique visual stamp. Yeah, kind of like muddy and dark and looks just like Game of Thrones to me. It looks like the Game of Thrones fucking palette, which was always shart a little
shot. Maybe they did shot themselves.
Yep. Courtney Howard says Eternals. It's amazing. Chloe Zhao.
Oh my God.
And company turn in an evocative, emotional, extraordinarily epic superhero film. The ensemble have a great chemistry and also get big movie moments to showcase their prowess. The naturalism of Ben Davis's cinematography spotlights characters' humanity. Superhero movie.
This movie sounds gay.
Yeah. Jack McBrien. Eternals is epic in the sense of the world. It's a story that is more massive, but simultaneously more down to earth. So it's huge,
but it's not.
It's big, it's small. It's fun, but dramatic.
Oh, you pretentious twat.
Yeah. The passion everyone involved have for this movie is present in every scene, and it needs to be seen on the biggest screen you can find.
This monitor when I pirate it.
Yeah. Eternals is dense. Have I heard dense before?
It's dense. There's so many things crammed into every frame.
It's so dense.
Yes,
it's
dense
so dense. There's so many things crammed into every frame.
Dense is used twice. Right there.
Yeah, we've had dense before. Yeah.
And
they weren't bothering to go and break out the thesaurus.
The thesaurus Rex.
They just read the the notes that you need to put out. Dense. I get invited back for the next film, which you should watch the end credits for.
If you use dense, surprise, or different. You'll be invited. If you use all three, Mickey Mouse will give you a blowjob.
Yeah.
In the form of a gift bag that has a little fucking toy in there, probably.
And you get a tuna sandwich if you watch the end credits.
Yep. Kevin Feige will finger your hole.
Love a tuna sandwich right now.
Movies at its I felt the weight of the exposition often. Okay. And I felt the weight of the exposition often. Somebody learned some new words and they don't know what they mean.
That is not a good thing to say.
That sounds like criticism. I felt the weight. Yeah. Okay.
They just won't stop talking and giving me exposition. I feel weighed down by all of this exposition.
Oh, movies at its best when it's focused on the Eternals recreating their family, the humor of it, and the passion when they fight for each other and the things they love. Also, Angelina Jolie in the MCU is everything.
Well,
okay.
I would like to counter that with Salma Hayek's big old fat titties
that they freaking cover up. Worst costume possible.
Yeah, and then she turns up to the premiere with them fucking out and proud for all to see. I hate discrimination against women. I hate being objectified, said fucking Salma Hayek's big fat titties on the red carpet.
Fresh off her Oscar win, Chloe Zhao doesn't miss a step with Marvel's Eternals. Zhao. Eternals is one of the most visually stunning comic book films we've seen. Zhao has a great eye for detail. Oh my God, it's 1 of 4. Fuck.
Oh Jesus, fuck you. Moving on.
Zhao incredibly took the MCU in an entirely new direction with the Eternals. The franchise has matured, and this is the only beginning of what is possible. An absolutely breathtaking and epic film where some people provide the laughs and some other people have the heart. Okay, and that's it.
Jesus,
thank God that's over.
Well,
I think I'm going to say that when I see the film. Thank God that's over.
How do you reckon it's going to do for box office? Like
good
right now.
I think it's probably going to do 95 mil opening weekend.
Ghostbusters comes out the next week.
It'll die on week 2 then.
Yep. Just fucking destroy it. So
he'll die a horrible death on week 2.
I think it's
but week 1 will be good.
Yeah.
Because I think there's this, you can see by this, there's such a network of propaganda for every movie now. Every movie that comes out is suddenly the best movie. Those, was it 3 or 4 of them were just like the end credit scenes? It's just like, fucking hell, you are literally writing down bullet points. And then I think the Marvel Universe has a large enough following for now that movies which may or may not, I mean, we don't know, this could be an amazing film, but movies that may or may not be worthy will be propped up for at least a while.
How you guys doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Just checking in. I'm gonna read some soups.
Oh, already at 4 hours? Damn.
Yeah.
I know. I just realized. Shit, man, that went quick.
Holy moly! That honestly, I would have guessed 2. I think time flies.
I said about 2.5. Yeah, I just thought about 2.
I haven't eaten anything. Which I
want a tuna sandwich. I'm quite hungry.
I do. A tuna sandwich sounds pretty fucking
good.
As
soon as I said that tuna sandwich, I'm just like, damn it, I really could do with a tuna sandwich.
I'm weird with tuna sandwiches though, because like I can't buy one from somebody. I have to make it.
Oh yeah. I get tuna in brine.
Yeah.
Then I'll drain off the brine. I'll put the tuna into a bowl. I'll put some mayonnaise in, a little bit of seasoning. mix it up, get some iceberg lettuce out, couple of slices of bread, bit of margarine or butter on one side of the bread, put the tuna mayo with the seasoning on, bit of lettuce on top for a bit of crunch, bit of cress if you've got a little bit of cress. Sometimes I've got cress, sometimes not. Whack on the top piece of bread, cut it, fucking demolish it.
Excellent.
That is a tuna sandwich, man.
Yeah, I'm
Tuna
right.
mayo sandwich.
Except you get to the mayonnaise part, and then you throw in a little bit of salsa, and then you get spicy pickles, and you chop them up like relish, right? So you get the hot ass spicy pickles, and you mix that in a little bit right there, and that gives it a little pepper, a little salt, boom.
Damn, yeah. Okay, I could go with that. I could go with a little bit. I could try that.
Yeah, it's a little zesty.
I like a little bit of zest in my tuna. I do. Hey, women, make me a fucking sandwich.
This is Nerdrotic. Fucking makes a mean fucking tuna sandwich. I tell you, right?
I would love to taste your wife's tuna sandwich.
Is this innuendo?
It's not meant to be. I'm just hungry. I'm a fat boy.
You're listening right now on the road.
I'm just a fat boy. I just want a sandwich. I'm just a fat boy.
I'm just fat.
It's not innuendo. I just want to eat. I'm hungry.
Honestly, right now, I would take a sandwich over that. I'm pretty hungry.
Yeah. Do you want sex or a sandwich? Can I have a sandwich?
A sandwich right now.
I love a tuna sandwich. Give me a fucking tuna sandwich.
Sex on an you don't want to be like it's like swimming. You got to give yourself a half hour for you
can't eat and then go. No. You gotta rest that. You gotta rest that tuna. Yeah.
Youngsters out there.
The lion's gotta go for a rest that, after a hard day's prowling the savannah for that tuna sandwich.
Sandwiches, you gotta hibernate.
Have you seen the recent Screen Rant article on Doctor Who? 1 month ago, they defended Dr. Karen and Chibnall. Yeah, I did see that. Now, after RTD's return was announced, they are demanding that the Timeless Children is removed from canon in order to fix the timeline. I should almost do a video on that. That's Screen Rant, though. That's what they are. Inconsistent bullshit. But now
fair weather. They're fair weather. That's what they are.
Yeah, and this is why you get paid. They used to get paid not well, but a decent amount for writing an article, and now you don't. Now the freelancers are finding hard to get work because nobody's reading their shit, or you're seeing the ads fucking just pile up. In a couple of years, a lot of these geek rags will be gone because you guys are going to like each other. I mean, why wouldn't you? I would much rather I would just go to MauLer if I want to know if a movie's good or if a TV show's good, or at least get an honest take on it. I'll go to MauLer. I'll go to Az. Go to Jeremy. That's.
I love watching my boys' videos.
Yeah. Y'all are sexy.
Y'all's very sexy. Can you just share this, Gary?
Yeah.
We are.
I was looking at
dude. Please make these into something that you can send me in the post, because these covers are incredible.
Oh fuck!
The Peeping Tom and Friends, guys. I can see the naked truth and boobies. That's awesome, man.
Oh my god! I got it.
You see any women there or anyone? Fucking MauLer's character looks awesome.
I'm nice and long.
Meet the amazing up man and mysterious monolong. This is so fucking great, dude.
I need the people.
I need these as covers, just like covers. I don't, just want them to put my wall as covers as if they were comics. They are fantastic.
I just love the Peeping Tom logo as well. It's great.
Yeah.
I love
the slippers. The slippers are just so good.
He's trying to just see women naked, but he keeps stumbling onto like grand design. Yeah.
I'm just trying to look at boobs, and crimes are happening, and we gotta jump to action, boys.
So you save a girl from like being raped, and then you're like, now we shall have sex. Yes.
No, I would go out and watch
the peeping cuck.
The Peeping Tom. I can only get off by watching from afar. That is so good. That is so good. By the way, for reference, that is Count Cristo. Dude, you are epic. Absolutely epic. I would love if you could print these off and as if they were comics and send, and I would frame them and put them up. They are amazing. Or send me the file and I'll do it myself. You know, either either.
Yeah, they're free. I retweeted the one with the X. I was like Cyclops and stuff. That was fucking good.
Yeah.
A couple days ago. I'm just looking at. I've looked at my Twitter. Somebody called me and like, dude. I don't care if people call me a neck beard. I don't even know kind of what that is, but like my beard actually comes from my chin. It comes from my face.
You're a neck beard.
I'm a neck beard. Okay. I'm a neck beard.
I'm insulting you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why aren't you mad?
Why aren't you mad at me?
Your
It's
neck.
not, it's not insulting, you know.
Normalize starving ankle biters. It works. Oh yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. It's like it gets into weird territory where people are accusing me of being back on drugs again. That was a good one. I'm like, wow.
Oh, I had a couple of interesting emails while I was about, you know, what I recently went through.
Oh, were they caring and loving?
No. I received a lot that were. Can I just say?
Yeah.
There was a couple of not. One of them was just mental, and one of them was just like, you're a meanie poos. You're a meanie poo poos. Yeah, interesting people.
Somebody who has never fucking read the Silmarillion or the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit or some of Tolkien's stuff. And listen, I'm not an expert, never been an expert. Student, a constant student of the, and I know I'm not going to read every one of his fucking letters. That's not what I'm interested in. I like the story. I don't need to know every single thing about it. I'd like to learn it myself through actually reading the story. That's what he wanted to do, but it's cool if you do that. Somebody, accused me of not reading the books because of the Black Hobbit thing, and I'm like, yeah, you didn't listen to what I said, but that's pretty normal. It's you're criticizing thumbnails or tweets and not listening to the actual argument, which is fine. Kate C, aka Snake, plush kitten for $20. True horror stories were like Marathon Man when it's the dentist torture scene, or Boys from Brazil, Doberman murder scene where the dog attacks Gregory Peck's crotch. Those are scary. Yes.
I don't want my crotch attacked.
No.
Well,
myself.
I do in a sexy way, but not in another way.
DLA graphical for £10. Finished the thank you. Finished the Orville and mostly loved it. Bringing Star Trek for the first time, binging Star Trek for the first time next. Was there infighting in the woke crowd when they saw the Mauchline conflict concerning feminism and trans folk? In my opinion, I don't think there was, because it wasn't that bad when that show came out. Because I mean, it's been a couple of years since that show came out, but that Mauchline episode is so fucking poignant today. It would freak. I think people would get upset about it because there's a bunch of people who want to make the construct of identity science, but it's not. It's a construct. That's all it is. And I don't care how many times you tell us we have to say something, we're not going to fucking say it. Fuck off. Now I'm at a fuck off stage. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to sit there and say things. I'm tired of like going along with this stupid game. It's a stupid fucking game for insecure people who need validation, who are never going to get it until they realize that they have to get it from themselves. And they either will figure that out or not. But we see that stuff on Libs of TikTok put up something today that looked like a kid. So I didn't want to retweet it. But what the fuck? Did you see it?
Is that the demon one? The demon?
There's the demon one, and there's the one where it's
doing the pointing at. I think that was a dude.
That was a little boy.
That was a boy.
It was like a 12-year-old boy, and I'm like, I'm not going to even fucking retweet that. But fuck, or a 16-year-old boy. Either way, yeah.
It's attention.
It is,
and I think to be honest with you, there's a lot of growing mental fucking illness, and it's being perpetuated on it's being perpetuated on these platforms when they get validation, and all it's doing is grouping them together, and fucking morons are listening to these. I mean, rackets. Sorry, go on, MauLer, go on.
Just when trying to destigmatize like any kind of mental illness, it is now like circled all the way back around to like it means you're a better person to have more of them. Like it's weird. Like people collect them. If you notice, like bios, they're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger with all of the listings of like all the mental illnesses or abnormalities you have. And it's just like, why? I mean, again, because like, you know, I'm assuming you guys are the same, but like, I ain't gonna use anything against them. It's like any kind of illness. I feel like we're well past that. The internet is just a dick in general, but now it's like circled around as like a sort of defensively overcompensated. People like to claim it now. Like, you know, I have all of these things, so I'm pretty interesting.
Like mental illness Pokemon.
If you want to become a normal part of society where you are just absolutely accepted all the time, all you have to do is be a part of society and not fucking worry about anybody else's validation, then you're there. And that goes for absolutely everybody, fucking every human being on this planet. You want validation? You can't get it from the fucking outside. That's the secret. Okay. You have to get it from within. And if you can't, then well, it's going to be a rough life. It's going to be a rough life. It doesn't mean we have to be 100% okay with ourselves. We always have to improve and blah, blah, blah. And you could go through we all went through puberty, and if there's an identity thing, I wouldn't recommend taking any kind of drugs that goes against
I know
of your, and I mean any the natural process of your body until you're an adult. That's what I would recommend as somebody who's not a fucking scientist at all, but it just sounds horrible. Because I think nature kind of knows what it's doing. That's just me. Science.
I think someone on TikTok knows better than fucking nature and science and biology, Gary. Actually, I think some little pretentious cuck prick going, I think you find that this reason that I think you find that they're probably more clued in to biology than nature and science.
I said corrected. Long live TikTok. Would you ever start a TikTok account?
No.
Nope.
I do it.
Not fucking gonna do it.
If somebody said, I'll pay you £1 million to open up a TikTok, I'd wait for the check to clear, then I would do it. And then I would use it.
Nah. I think fine.
TikTok is literally rim jobbing Satan's asshole.
It is.
It is just I mean, the hilarity is, of course, it's Chinese, and China are just getting all of these absolute fucking crazy broken people, and they have all of their details, their name, their address, their phone numbers, their emails. They have all of these fucking details, and they know exactly which people to be fucking targeted because you just showing them how fucking crazy you are.
I want to show you this. Oh, I didn't mean to rip that. I like to use these My Light bags. These are priceless. They don't make My Light bags anymore, so I keep them to recycle them. This comic book, see this with Falcon and Black Panther with Captain America. Look at this, 20 cents. It was made in. I don't have my magnifying glass, so I'm gonna have to
click.
Holy shit, I'm blind. I really need to get new glasses.
Wow.
1975. There were black men in comic books in 19.
Oh, there weren't.
I don't believe you.
Man.
Lies of a loser, Gary.
Yeah, it's the shadow being cast over him as he flies.
Yep.
By a building and shit.
Nick Titan Aries for 20 British pounds. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's real money. Gary, will you be going to Wales Comic Con next month? Oh, not next month. I'm going to the next one. So they're every 6 months, right? So April? I think it's April. I'll be going to the next one because I think travel restrictions will be fully lifted by then. Also, a great little clip at the end of the Doctor Who Flux TV trailer that has Jodie with upside down and Yaz saying something. Then this is my fault clip. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody sent me that, and I'm definitely I got to find a way to use it in a video. I will. Thank you, Nick. And yes, I will be at Wales Comic Con next time, not this time. P. Gombe for 10 euros. Hail, Gary, as in MauLer. Women doing hard labor, and then you spelled it labor, by the way, labor.
So correctly.
Correct spelling.
When women were welders and riveters and lathe operators, they built B-29s and Liberty ships and Sherman tanks. Those were heroines. Those were fucking women.
Hell yeah.
They'd make the ammunition. It was dangerous.
Hell yeah.
It was dangerous, and they fucking did it. Doing their fucking bit for the war effort.
Yeah, the country needed them.
Now you get Karen getting her phone out and going, "Excuse me," to two guys who are working fucking hard for a living. Why is your sign say men at work? Don't you find that a bit sexist?
True.
Yeah, true.
It should say that.
Actually, they could have just gone, "Do you see a fucking woman?"
Yep.
Do you see a fucking woman? No.
Did somebody really do that, Az?
Yeah. I'll try and find the
Oh fuck! What a
I'll try and find the thing for you, Karen. Men at work. Let's see what that brings up.
Foul person. What a fucking horrible foul person. Orville Nation, what's up? DJ Orville Nation says, "Congrats on the sell and move, Gary. Happy for you, bro. Thank you, and I'm happy for your channel too. I love, and I'm happy that you're gonna get the Orville back in March. And thankfully, you'll have, and it's gonna be weekly, and I'm excited about that. And I may or may not know a lot of things about that show that I'm not allowed to talk about, but I know you're gonna love the first episode. Yes, you are. If because the season finale of the Orville season 2 was fucking epic. So yeah, this you'll like it. Are you?
By the way, if anyone in the chat has got the clip, just tweet it at me, please, because I'm trying to look for it. If you know what clip I'm going on about if you could email it. Not email it, tweet it at me, or email it. It's up to you.
Chunky Wonky Monkey Butt on the Streamlabs side for $10 says, "In the spirit of Halloween, what are your guys' top 3 horror movies?" Yes, Gary. Say it with me. Horror. Boy, off the top of my head. The Shining.
Oh, good. Yeah, me likey.
The Exorcist.
It's gotta be up there.
The Shining, The Exorcist, and Alien. That's a horror movie. Yeah. Although I like Aliens more than I like Alien. I think Alien's a great horror movie. It scared the living shit out of me when I was a kid. Exorcist scared me the most. And Shining is just a good fucking great movie. Just a great movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I might found it. Oh, maybe hold on. Or I might have found another. Oh my god, it might be another fucking Karen doing the same.
I like fun horror movies though, like Fright Night. I love shit like that.
No, different
Lost
one.
Boys. That's not a horror movie though. It's more of a. What is the Lost Boys? What genre would Lost Boys be?
Comedy.
Oh.
Comedy drama. I'm still trying to find this video.
Vera Day for 20 British pounds. Historically, ninjas do not wear black when they're being stealth. They wore dark blue suits because it fit with the night sky better than absolute black. That makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense. Matt the Beast for $20 says, can we just ritually sacrifice George Rotund Retard Martin to bring back Kentaro Miari?
Ritual sacrifice.
You need to contact Rick and Ricader about that.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Even if it's only just long enough for him to finish Berserk. Better that than letting the dwarf planet eat himself into a diabetic coma. Jesus Christ.
I want to do that right now.
That was harsh. Mac, by the way, thanks. X-Ray Girl's helping out. By the way, she's out there. X-Ray Girl's out there helping out with the real BBC. I should mention that. That's why it's going a little smoother for sure. Mac Dillisker. I messed that one up. For 10 pounds. Is it true that Batman and Robin, the Boy Wonder, are going to be Black Man and Robin, the Jobby Jabber? The Joby Jabber? I don't even know what
Gay Wonder, but
the Batman's becoming black because they're going to do the future state stuff. And he'll probably fuck boys.
In my trailer reaction, it's probably going on Nerdrotic Daily. I said this is the last white Batman we're gonna get. So,
well, they already on the DC fandom. The one of the animated things they're doing, whatever, is having a black voiced Batman.
Right. So Commissioner Gordon is going to be voicing Batman. Insanity Methods for 10 pounds. Speaking of reactions, watched a Japanese woman watching Lord of the Rings for the first time, and she really got emotional at the ride of the Rohirrim scene. Hollywood would have me believe she can't. Hollywood would have me believe she can't do that. No, that is a beautiful scene. I want to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy Q, 1999. Thanks for such a wonderful and intelligent conversation. Really? Well, that must have been Az and MauLer. Hazard for $10. Bro, LIT RPGs are what's up. Awaken Online. He Who Fights with Monsters and the Stormweaver series are insane. Oh, I thought, okay, so there's a LIT RPG. What's that?
LIT, a lit RPG?
Yeah, a lit RPG.
An LIT RPG.
I don't know. I'll look into
LIT?
it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Lost in Titties?
Awaken, He Who Fights with Monsters and Stormweaver series. Best books I have read for a very long time, says Hazard for $20. Okay, so the books. Okay. I will check it out.
I can't find this video. I'm so frustrated. I can't. If you can find it, folks, tweet at me or email me. But it's about the woman complaining about the men at work with their men at work sign. I think it's Australian. Might be Australian.
Oh, literary role playing.
Literary. Okay, I got you. sometimes I'm just not with it.
You and me both, Gary.
Oh, it's like reading RPGs. It's a text-based RPG.
Yes, they made Makara, who is based off
Has
of
it's been
Hercules and
scrubbed?
Mercury, a woman. Yes, they did. They a lot of this book, Eternals, was from Jack Kirby reading Eric von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods, and that's why he started writing all the New God stuff, and a lot of that Daniken and Zechariah Sitchin stuff is in his work. And I mean, they just fucking bastardize it because none of the people adapting this know this at all. So they're taking Kirby's take a mythology and then just making it modern. It's supposed to be timeless mythology cannot be modernized. Then it just turns into trash. Native Barochi for $20 says, "You all pain me so. I'm 20 years old, raised in the wilderness of the mines of Moria. I'm as much as a boomer as you old farts. Love you all, by the way. Why, thank you. We were raised in nature, away from the internet, so you're probably smart." Stig for $10. If you haven't checked it out, have a look at the tweet from Matt Donnelly, film writer at Variety, where he leaks a reveal from the Eternals.
Oh yeah, somebody said, I think it was Nina Infinity. I think she said that she saw a leak.
Nina, could you shoot it to me?
I don't know if it's the same one. It might be something different. But is it wrong that I don't give a fuck?
No.
I mean,
I really don't give
what they plan to destroy next. Because I'm genuinely.
I mean, if they said something like, "Oh, the new villain's going to be Galactus," or "The new villain's going to be this or that," or "So and so's coming," I'd just be like, I don't care. I really have zoned out this phase 4. It's doing nothing for me on a personal or sexual level.
So yeah, it is a spoiler. It is a spoiler. And then the person who calls him out for spoiling is the height of just fucking, I don't know if irony is the word. It's just the wrong person. It's the last person who should be calling out anybody for spoiling fucking anything. Because this person went out and fucking spoiled the shit out of something 2 weeks ago on Twitter. And now they're like, "Dude, you're a legit jerk for posting that spoiler." And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to mention their name, by the way. They'll make 4 videos on it. But if you guys want to know in the private chat, I know you guys don't care. Unless the chat doesn't care, but I'd rather not. Sorry, I don't want to spoil. As much as I don't like the movie, I don't want to spoil, but I'll put it in here for you guys.
I don't care. I really don't.
You're not gonna once you hear it, it's
I predict that I'm gonna respond to it by
I don't know.
Yes.
No, it's going to be a big mat. It's not a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Means nothing to me.
Well,
I'm not going to pretend to be one of those Wikipedia posse. Means nothing to me.
Most of the people aren't going to know anything what's going on, and this is lore that didn't do well in the Marvel universe. Okay, they canceled this Eternals series without an ending, and they didn't wrap up the ending until Thor 300, years later, just to deal with the continuity. Then they did some stuff, a little stuff. I can't remember. I didn't read any of the fucking Eternals. If there was any in the 80s or 90s, didn't give a shit about it. The next one I read was Neil Gaiman taking a crack at it in the early aughts, and it wasn't that great. Be honest with you. Gaiman's hit and miss with me, dude. I know people love him. I know. Azad, Awaken Online, he who fights with monsters and Storm are the best. Oh, I've read that one already. Dr. Horkenheimer for $19.99. Hail, Gary, Az, and MauLer. Thought I would take your advice and become less of a lurker. Az, are you still interested in a custom Gwent board?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I work in a wood shop and can hook you up. Keep up the good work, fellas. Hell yeah. Get you can email Az at amazingly enough, HeelvsBabyface@gmail.com. It's really hard to figure out though. Nikki D for $5 with the potential of the IATSE union strike looming. Yeah, boy, people jumped the gun on that one going, the strike is over. Yeah, the IATSE leadership struck a deal and all the workers are like, fuck you. I didn't like it. Can we hope and pray that some films and shows like The Marvels and Loki season 2 will be canceled? I don't think it'll be canceled. Loki season 2. Maybe. Marvels won't be canceled. But Indiana Jones got delayed a year. And hey, I'm bummed Marvels is not coming out for 2 years because by then nobody's even gonna care.
2023 fucking I could not give any less of a shit.
Yep. That schedule will change 1 or 2 more times in the next 6 months because they're guessing on how long the IATSE strike lasts. If there is one. Uber Geek for £5 saw Dune and it's fantastic. I love this book, so I disagree slightly with you. Gary's saying it's a prologue. It's not. It's between 1/3 and 1/2 of the book. Well, I didn't read the book, so all I know is it felt like one. It felt like one. So whether it's 1/3 or 1/2 of the book, it feels like it. It doesn't have a closure at the ending. You don't have. It doesn't give you closure. You can't walk away from this movie thinking you saw a complete story. Uber Geek, can we agree on that? There's no way in hell you can walk away from this story thinking you watched a complete one. If you did, then the people you were watching lost. And then you could I guess imagine it's like a foreign film. We made love, we died. The fin. But I liked it. Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
You haven't seen it? Do you want to see it?
Not really. I don't really care. I'll give it a shot though.
What? What?
Dune. Do you want to see Dune as?
I'm not I've never read the books. I've never been, it's never been part of my sphere. If my friend called and said, hey, fancy nipping to the cinema and going to see Dune, we're going to go in IMAX, I'd be like, all right, but I'm not rushing out. I'd be happy just for it to come out on a streaming service and I'd watch it on a streaming service. But isn't it out on a streaming service?
It will be. I think it could. It won't be fair, but yeah, it's coming out on HBO Max the same day it's coming out in theaters. But I think it could flop.
Okay.
I think it could flop.
I just don't think Dune has. I think it's got a very cult following, and not as in cult of woke. I just think it's got more of a cult following than something like a Star Wars or a Star Trek. I just don't think it's got a fandom, should I say. I just don't think it's got that big a fandom, and I don't know if Joe Normal would be interested in it.
Yeah, it's done 130 million international, which is good. It'll probably do like couple 100 million over here, so it'll probably just make its money back, and it'll probably bring in a ton of subs. But if it does, like what did the Suicide Squad do, like 30 million on its opening weekend?
Oh no, it was like 23.
Ooh, yeah, if it does stuff like that, it's fucked. I mean, and it won't get a sequel. See, this thing needs to be a massive hit, and I just don't see it being a massive hit, Dune fans. And I'm sorry to report that. I think Dune fans are going to be happy as fuck with this movie. They're going to be like, yes, this is what we've been waiting for. And you're not going to get a sequel. And it sucks because there's some stuff that was interesting in it, I thought, but I wasn't blown away by it at all. I would, if like somebody said, what would you rather see again? The Suicide Squad or Dune? I would say the Suicide Squad. Because it's a little more fun. I'm not saying it's like technically Dune is really fucking well made. Like Denis Villeneuve, blah, 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 whatever his last name is. I'm not a big fan of his work, but like he's got his cinematography, his art direction is fucking beautiful. It's beautiful. Timothée Chalamet looks like a girl. But I guess he's supposed to kind of look like a girl from the book. There's some certain themes in the book that people are going to consider woke, but they're from the 60s. And I think, you know what, if you're going to have women and a man like competing and you want them to be pulling the strings, yes, you have to give them superpowers. So I'm kind of okay with that. But little heavy-handed on the indigenous people are none of I mean, it's like very on the nose, we'll just say. But the story is really good. It's paced way better than I thought it would be because I thought it would be boring as fuck. It just ended abruptly. That's all. I was like, whoa, okay. And I kept on looking. I'm like, they must have a sequel in production, and they don't. Cami Anime. Hey, Gary, did you get the figure named Trafalgar Law? Yes, I did, because it said it was delivered Sunday and it's in a mailbox. I know those offices are usually closed on Sunday. I think because every time the second package, it comes Sunday, it says it can't deliver. Yeah, it's closed on Sunday, but they bring it back the next day. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We're going to, here, hang on. Let me put something in the private chat here.
Hope you're having a nice day, chat.
Having a nice day, chat. We love you.
I hope everything's going fine with you.
I'm going to have to go real quick to go finish up this house thing. I'm so fucked.
I'm so fuck.
I'm so fucking happy, dude. I'm so fuck.
So
fucking happy, dude.
Go watch Chang-Chi. I'm so fuck.
So fuck. Me so fuck. Christoph, the Polish guy, for 25 Polish pesos says, wait, you guys already seen Eternals? Is it worth it? Is it woke free? No, I haven't seen the Eternals. My friend has seen the Eternals and says it's woke trash.
I don't believe you. It's going to be amazing. I've heard it's very different.
Yeah, very different. And my God, those end credit scenes.
I was going to say, the end credit scenes
around for them.
Ticket, that's what I think.
Guys, what about those surprises, those twists, those turns?
I feel that it's very much a Camilla Zhao vessel as opposed to a Marvel movie.
It's more her than them.
If we ever get one of the Access people saying that the after credit scenes are worth the ticket alone, that's game over.
It is, yes. I
got to be on the hunt for that now.
That quote, if we ever see that,
that'll be the greatest quote in history. Don't even bother watching the film.
Just watch the after credits.
Yep. Just get your ticket and go in for the after credits scene.
And then when you see the after credits, don't watch those films. Just watch the after credits.
Hey, who remembers what movie came out that had the Phantom Menace trailer and everybody was just going to see the fucking movie for the Phantom Menace trailer and walking out before the movie came out? Bonus points for who starred in it. I will give you a fucking hint. Bro, dude. dude, bro.
Dude, with my
Dude,
car.
where's my car?
No. Good, they're gonna get in the chat. They'll get in 2 seconds. Come on,
Dude, bro.
this is easy. Let's see who's in there.
What
Wing Commander?
Scooby Doo?
Very good. There you go. Jack Thursby, Wing Commander. Wing Commander came out with a Fandom Menace trailer. Everybody went to see that fucking, and it like was number 1 for the week or close. And they walked out before the movie started, and starring Freddie Michelle Gellar. So
Mr. Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Mr. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Do you think he like goes? Does you think she makes him call her Buffy once in a while she's like, working out? It's like, honey, could you buy me some more podcast gear? Thanks, dude. Hollywood is patting itself on the back for their messages. They honestly believe they are better because they have the perfect vision of the world, says JA for $5. Lasagna Lynch did say that at the end of the very long interview about James Bond. Does anybody remember James Bond? It is fucking just forgotten completely.
That's the one with Daniel Craig. I think I know that one. He died.
Craig.
Nobody's talking. Listen, the only reason people were talking about Shang-Chi is because they were mad at us. So the star of the fucking movie had us in his head more than his girlfriend or his mom or his
boyfriend
or boyfriend, whatever. And then the people who wanted to support Shang-Chi only had us in their head, so they had to keep talking. Otherwise, nobody would be talking about Shang-Chi. They're like,
nobody's talking about it.
No, I know. They're like, it made $10 more. You're owned. It profited like $20 million whole dollars. That was enough to pay the catering staff. Problem tactic for $5. A bunch of your Dr. Whammon and then dreamt you were announcing retirement from YouTube. Glad you're still here. LOL.
Wow. I had a couple of weird dreams today. I slept in it a little bit, and I had a wee, and then the postman knocked on the door, and I was like, "Thank you, Mr. Postman," and then went back up to bed, and I fell asleep for 2 hours, and I had really fucking weird dream in that 2 hours.
Did you dream of a movie called The Postman Only Pisses Twice?
No, but I hate it when you're having a dream and you need a piss, and in your dream you're like, I need to find somewhere to have a piss, and then you find somewhere to have a piss, and you're like, I'm having a piss, and then you're just like, but I still feel like I want to piss, and then you wake up and you're like, I need a piss.
You try to fight it, and it's like, this is the pee boner is going to win. The morning wood is going to win this battle. Now we're going to get up later. So you want another half hour of kind of uncomfortable sleep that you still you have to wake up, or you just got to freaking bite the bullet, metaphorically, and get up and take that 20-minute leak
that flies off over the top of the shower.
These are men problems. Men pee standing up.
Unless you're a journalist.
Unless you're a urinalist.
And then you sit down.
Oh, do you guys want to end with Starboat? Let's end with that. So one more super chat. We'll end with that. Thunderstorm 499 Star woke to seek out new life and new civilizations, to Bolshevik, where no commie has gone before.
Hey Gary, how did you see Dune, by the way?
How did I see Dune? That's a good question. I'll tell you how I didn't see Dune to answer that question. I didn't see it in a movie theater.
Okay.
I didn't sail the high seas.
Oh.
But I did see it on a computer.
Okay.
I saw it on a computer. It helps to know people. I'll just say that. Thank you. I I'll tell you off air. But yeah, I managed to see it. Everybody it's been out for a month. It's been out for a fucking month. So I don't see a ton of interest outside of Dune fans and like hardcore nerds in the film, which is it's a bummer for them. It's a bummer for them. But I give it more than a passing grade. Taylor Ramirez for $4.99. Doesn't having a trans man make sense because he is biologically female, therefore wouldn't die?
I think it's the other way round. I'll have to check, but I think it's a trans woman. I need to check. They've added this character in, so I need to look. They make this fucking shit up all the time. I'm used to fucking proper biology, not fucking made up shit. But I'll look into it for you. But I believe it's I believe it's a dude. A biological dude. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
I believe. I'll look into it for you.
Curious to know if any of y'all have read Middle West and your thoughts. I have not.
I have not.
What is Middle West?
I have not.
Oh, it's Image Comics. I have not read it. No.
The last thing I bought from Image was Mark Millar.
Yep.
Reborn. That's the last thing I bought.
Probably the King Spawn.
King Spawn. Yeah, actually.
Reborn. I'm the exact same as you. Reborn and King Spawn. He also said, Gary, wish you nerded out a little more on Friday night. No problem, though. It depends on the guest, really. But I thought we got in the weeds pretty good with Squid Game Friday morning. Yeah. All right. So the rest
Chris
of these.
Gore's awesome.
Chris Gore is fucking great.
He's such a great guest. We love him. He's amazing.
Would you be? Oh, maybe we should bring him on a BBC sometime.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you want to like do a straight up nerd talk, I think this would be awesome to bring him on this. If you guys want, I mean, it's up to you guys. Totally up to you guys.
If he lives, he lives.
I will get the rest of these on a square up. Thank you all for the donations and the super chats. They will be read. And thank you very much. I have to jump off and take care of some IRL stuff. But first, let's go to Kyle Dunnigan. Let's close it out with Kyle Dunnigan. Oh,
no, I'm gonna piss in my bed if I want to.
If you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Leave your friends behind.
It's my bed and I'll piss in it if I want to. Piss in it if I want to. Piss in it. You would piss too if it happened to you.
That was a great song.
Thank you.
Do you want our faces on or full screen? What do you think, guys?
Either. I'm not bothered.
Okay, let's do this.
MauLer's good either way.
I'm fine.
Blood.
You would do anything to
Last time on Blood.
you would do anything to cheer up young neglected boys with games. As a space blob of color, Michael McJack was one of the threat from structural spacism and wine. We could just make out or whatever. No.
Quick, put on the mask.
Captain, life signs are disappearing all over the ship.
Oh, sick.
And screwing.
That was fun. I have to take a quick spaceship, but I'll be back real soon to finish the game.
Gross.
Bye.
Captain, now is probably our last chance to make a plan to save our lives.
Yes, perhaps it would be wise for us to put our heads together before they explode.
Look how cute he is. He's having a little dream. What are you dreaming about?
Perhaps he's having some sort of adventure with a dinosaur friend.
Oh, that'd be fun. And maybe he's like flying, like it's a flying dinosaur or
Can we
something.
please get back to making a plan? We have no idea how long this entity's fecal process will take.
Hey, it's Elon. I haven't exploded, in case anyone's worried. Is Pete okay?
No, Elon, Pete's dead. So cool. We should just get Michael on the ship and kick his ass.
Highly logical. He demonstrates near omniscient power in this current form.
I learned one thing in this crazy, crazy world. If it shits, it can be killed.
Jack goes to human form, and then perhaps we could lure him into the teleportation room.
And then we beam his ass into the closest star.
Look, that plan could work in theory, but how are we possibly going to lure him into the transporter room?
All we need is some good bait.
Oh no!
You look just like a neglected young boy.
Oh no!
Yeah, but explain to me again why it is necessary to attach a propeller to my special comica my buddy and Zeta gave me at my space mitzvah.
I told you, he's
Space mitzvah.
a fan of Orthodox soldiers, but he's definitely a fan of boys. So don't take it out.
But what if he immediately starts playing one of his psychotic games with me?
Just do what your people do best. Survive. Okay, I should go now. Gotta leave you alone here, unsupervised. Yeah. Gotta go do something selfish. Probably gonna take a long time. Bye.
But Mom, I'm 9 years old and full of innocence and curiosity. The only thing I'm good at is keeping secrets. I wish I had an older friend I could hang with.
Hi, little boy. Shoot a ball so we can play.
Sounds good. But are you absolutely sure you're completely made of solid transportable matter?
I'm a real boy, just like you.
Now!
Now what?
Pull it now!
Okay, slow down.
Hold on, Michael. It's my mommy. I need to take this.
That's cool again, baby.
How are ya?
Hi, Mommy. What the fuck?
Hi, Mommy. What the fuck?
You've got to stall for time. Elon's having trouble locking onto Michael.
How much time, Mommy? I'm concerned I won't be able to hold in my potty much longer.
Tell him I need 30 seconds.
He needs 30 seconds.
Okay, Mom. If that's what it has to be, that's fine. It's fine.
Is there a problem?
No, Michael. I just need to say something that will take approximately 30 seconds. And that thing is that maybe you should have me sign an NDA from eForms.com. It's a non-disclosure agreement. It ensures confidentiality. You're a powerful man. You need to protect yourself. God knows what I'll say after our time playing together.
But isn't crafting legal documents both time-consuming and expensive?
Not at eForms.com. For a fraction of the cost of consulting a lawyer, you can have all sorts of legal documents ready at the speed of light.
Oh my goodness.
And that is the end of me talking, and everything should be ready to go. Hang on, it's my mommy again.
Hey, Ben, it's Elon. How's it going, buddy?
What is happening?
So, I need 2 weeks.
Well, Mommy, I'm 100% certain I can't hold my potty in for 2 weeks.
Well, okay, I'm having trouble stabilizing the coordinates because of the state issue.
Just do it, Mom, you fucking nerd.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Hey, you're not a little boy. You're that space Jew. I should have known when you brought up legal documents. Not to hold it against eForms. That sounds like a pretty cool website. But the rest of you have some explaining to do. Get in here. I'm very
Into the
disappointed
Chapelle
in all
space
of you.
Jews.
Game over, man. Game over.
Oh, shit. Fun fact, Jeff has never been in this room before.
You trying to trick me? Michael does the trickery. I'm beginning to think maybe you're not even my friends. You're not my friends at all.
Is he laughing or crying?
Listen, Michael, I know how you feel. I lost my best friend today. We had plans to play paper boats, but then it exploded. The last thing I said to him was very weird. Very weird. I was thinking, I don't have anyone to play paper boats with, and you don't have anyone to play paper boats with. Maybe we could play paper boats together and let the others go.
Oh, I don't want to play with a nerd. You can go, actually.
Really? Cool. See you later.
Son of a bitch.
Since we're not friends, I guess we can skip the games
Yeah, skip the game. We're not friends.
and go right to your dead.
Ah, that backfired.
Michael, I can't help but think you want to kill us all because you're afraid to face me in a dance-off.
What? That's crazy. You can't beat me.
No, it's fine. You're a huge pussy. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm not a gross pussy that's all weird and has folds everywhere and has bleeds all the time. No.
Well, then, how about a dance-off? If you win, we'll all willingly play with you forever. But if I win, you let us go in peace and never play with us again.
So if I win, you'll play with me forever and ever?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go, bitch.
He's doing it.
I'm rooting for Michael. I want to die and leave this hell we call space travel.
Wow, you're good.
So we can go now?
Oh, you didn't win, silly. Your moves were derivative. Okay, so now I'm going to absorb your brains into the space blob so we can play forever and ever.
This bathroom was different, man.
And when I say a little bit, I mean
Who's that new little lady? Like your hair. Like you that little brush now.
Once you see it go, hey,
Come on.
hey, don't
Why you
do
be so
that.
shy? 1, 2, 3, 4. Only Joey declares to take a walk. There you
Oh,
go.
please. Ooh,
There it
you
is.
smell like diaper.
Come on, kid. Look at you, get close.
I don't like this game.
Let me see your bottle.
Yeah,
Let me see your bottle.
yeah, wait. I learned something. When people don't want to play, you shouldn't use your power to make them do it. Making someone play with you is like an emotional sniff from a crabby old man. It's terrible. Thank you for teaching me. I'll leave you all alone now. I love you all, and I love all the children of the world of space. Bye. Bye. Bye.
I see now. McJacko's life of isolation prevented him from learning empathy, which is the foundation of not blowing people up.
Yes, of course. It was so obvious now.
Captain, using unwanted touch to show him what it feels like to be a victim was brilliant.
I have to admit, sir, pretending to be asleep, then wandering in out of nowhere and fondling Michael was the logical choice.
Who's Michael? Hey, where'd that lady go I was sniffing?
Chopped it! There you go. He's got the proper name on the credits.
Good enough.
It'd be cool if you could get like your face in it. Like if you could look at it real quick and get your face in it.
What a
Awesome.
production.
That was
What a
brilliant,
production.
man.
Oh, well done, Kyle Dunnigan. And then we get a.
Oh my God, Tucker, no! Tucker, no!
What the fuck?
Tucker, we did invite you on Weird Movie.
Yeah,
I
but
put-
out, Tucker.
Why do I pull up fucking Kyle Dunnigan and I get like a Ryan Kinnell video, but it's only after 16 Fox fucking News videos? What the fuck? I don't even watch it, dude. Look at this.
Because you're indoctrinated.
Oh, obviously. I mean, better that than CNN, but like shit. Meanwhile, in California. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna wrap this thing up. Plug your channel.
You can find me on Heel versus Babyface. Please go and subscribe with your finger. You can also find me, my manager, at what HAWT Toys on Twitter, which is my second account. My second account, which is opening soon. Things are starting to happen here, and I will soon be ready to open up that channel. Boobs.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it.
As am I.
He's yawning. MauLer,
Yes.
would you like to say words to direct?
I guess I could.
Yes.
What word should I say? Well, tomorrow, instead of a regular EFAB catch-up, where we're still trying to catch up with the Super Chats, we're having a EFAB episode with a very special guest. The topic, and I've had to tell people because they gotta watch it, but hopefully before we do it, but we're going to break down Train to Busan.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh,
Going to talk all about it.
I gotta see that.
I quite love the movie. I am looking forward to talking about it. We're bringing someone on who's been on EFAP once before, I think. Very much likes the film as well.
Hi, I'm the only camera.
No, you're not
Hello, only camera.
the only camera. Sorry, I was
It's been a fun day. Thank you guys for sorting it out. You know, having these topics and that.
No, this is I had to kind of get my feet back on the ground after traveling. I didn't want to talk. We'll talk about Tim Pool and the Nooner. I don't want to bore these guys with the Tim Pool stuff, but we'll talk about Tim Pool stuff tomorrow on the Nooner whenever it is. I have a couple of videos to finish out. Watch for my Dune review tomorrow morning. It's short. It's spoiler free. Watch for a big long.
Ladies.
Big long
trailer reaction to the Batman, the Flash, Black Adam, and I kind of talk about Jar Jar a little bit and Batman the Animated Series in a video that's probably going to go on Nerdrotic daily because it ended up being like 20 minutes long. So watch for that. You know what? I'll put it out today. I'll put it out in about a half hour. X-Ray Girl.
Hi.
How you
There's
doing?
one more. I'm good.
Are you at work or are you drunk?
I'm working.
Why not both?
I don't get drunk at work.
Why not both? Yeah.
Yet. Still not. Well, it's actually 6 o'clock now. Dang, the time has passed.
Oh wow. Eastern
WG
time.
Yeah. She's on Eastern time, which I was on. And flying out there, it's not like a long flight, but then you lose 3 hours, and it just locked me up for a day. But then I came back real quick.
Hi, Az here from HeelvsBabyface. I do Friday Flight fucking tights every Friday.
I know.
Friday flight.
Friday flights. WG for $50. Says, "Hail, Gary. Just a small donation to recognize the tremendous work you continue to do with the accent impaired. MauLer is making tremendous progress, and as well, he's damn near intelligible now. Well done, sir."
Whoa.
Hey, they're almost British Americans. This is an international lineup, by the way.
It really is.
We got a British American and somebody from Canada and somebody from England. No, I'm just kidding. Yes. Wales.
From Cumbria.
I know what that is from Doctor Who, actually from Torchwood, but
Cardiff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got the Welsh accents going on all over that show.
Whoa, like Torchwood, like you.
It's like when you watch Farscape and they're all Australian.
Yep.
Yeah, they're all yeah. And there's an agent. What's Majiggy plays an agent in the Matrix in that.
What's up, Majiggy?
Who that?
I like
the guy with the mask. He's one of the agents in the Matrix.
Is he? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
No, I didn't know that either.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Perry Chan, for making the intro. Thank you to the Nerdrotic for doing a great job. Thanks to everyone who participated in the chat. Hope you had a good time. Thanks to everyone who left a donation, any super chat. You help keep the lights on around here. And again,
Eagles.
Yeah. What's that? Eagles?
Eagles. Yeah.
Yeah. Eagles. Check that out on Nerdrotic Live. So we will go out with I should probably have that ready, which I didn't. So my bad, but it's ready.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, it's so cute. I love it.
Brilliant. Did somebody send you that?
I had it made.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. Those.
Well, you can get your name put on the back of your favorite jit. So I got it done.
I love it.
People said they wanted to see it in the chat earlier, so I thought I would show you at the end.
Yeah, we're
There you
still.
go.
But I just wanted to show that off. All right, bye everybody.
Bye everybody. Bye.